trying to get attention before we've even started the stream. But Anna, I'm doing really well, thank you. Anna said, Days, I hope you and the family had a great Christmas. Wishing you a prosperous and fulfilling 2024. Much love, bud. Anna, right back at you, my friend. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you've had a great festive period, which is going to be coming to an end pretty soon, isn't it? We're only about, what, 48 hours or so away from New Year's Eve. I always think once we get to New Year's Day, that's it, we're done. I know for a few people it's a few days after that, but for me it's this kind of weird period now where we're in between Christmas, we're in between New Year's Eve, and as soon as we're done with New Year's Eve, that's it for me. We're right into 2024. We're dialed in. I'm focused on the Royal Rumble. I'm focused on Day 1 Raw, New Year's Revolution Smackdown, New Year's Evil NXT. I mean, next week looks so good. Next week is going to be such a great week. This week's been a weird one. It's been a really weird one because obviously we've had 2 best of shows, Monday and of course tonight. As well as that, I had the family rounds. I can tell you that I feel like I've been beaten up. I feel just like anything that can be going wrong right now feels like it's going wrong in my body. I've got such a horrible sore throat. I think I had a few drinks, so I was definitely hanging yesterday. So I was not in a great place. So Wednesday was great. It was fun. Really enjoyed it. But of course, as always, you have a few too many. And so I was hanging. I was definitely hanging yesterday. Got past that, no problem. I've hung before. I'll hang again. I'll hang again. So definitely got past that. But I've woke up today, not with a hangover. I've woke up today with a horrible sore throat. Really horrible sore throat. And I can sort of feel it in my nose as well. So the conclusion I've come to is that I've got a diseased family. That's the only thing I can think. I've got a diseased family. I think they're trying to bring me down. I think that this was a coordinated plan. I think that you see, I just stream in this basement, so I have got the ability to fight off viruses. Basically, the immune system. That's what I was looking for. I've got the immune system of a newly born baby deer, right? Because I'm never exposed to people. I always just live inside this basement. I never go anywhere. I always just stream with you guys. It's me on my own. I mean, I can't catch computer viruses, so I'm pretty safe, right? So being around like 25 people a couple of days ago has been horrific for my body. It's been horrific. It doesn't know what's happening. It's gone into full-on shutdown mode. So this is going to be an eventful stream in the case of can I get through this? In the words of Daniel Bedingfield, I've got to get through this. So definitely you're going to have to bear with me. My nose is clogged. My throat is slowly starting to swell shut. I feel like I could probably go to sleep for about, well, pretty much all of 2024. And that's mentally where I am right now. So I've been better, but no complaints, because it was lovely to see everyone. I had a good time. I hope everyone else is having a good time as well. I hope you've enjoyed spending time with your families. I hope you fared better than what I did. And I hope all of you got some wonderful gifts for Christmas. I know many of you will have got gifts after Christmas Day, much like myself, because my dad wasn't around on Christmas Day. He came over on the 27th, so that's kind of when we did Christmas. So yeah, boring gifts, by the way. Just more t-shirts, a few more hats, like that's it really. That was it, just bits like that. Lots of chocolate and some unknown disease. That's also what I got given for Christmas. Ryan Gambler says, Days, I woke up with the same thing. Ryan Gambler, I've just got one question. Did we kiss and did I forget about it? Because I don't know what's happened. I don't know how this wasn't this bad earlier today, and I didn't have this yesterday when I did the member stream. I did a member stream yesterday, and I would say that my problem yesterday was that I was just recovering from a hangover. I'd got through it by the time we'd got to the member stream, but it was one of those where you're still a bit like, still feeling the aftershocks. So, I mean, it wasn't, I've had way worse hangovers, and I've been way worse drunk, so, I mean, it wasn't the end of the world in that regard. It was just what you would expect, really. You know, there was no way I was going to meet up with all my cousins, my aunties and uncles, and not have a lot to drink, right? I mean, clearly that was going to happen. I was prepared for it. I'd had some foods. I was drinking water throughout the evening. I knew to kind of where I could pace myself and not go cray-cray, because I knew that we had, like, you know, streams coming up and I had work to do and blah, 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 boring. So, you know, yeah, I was hanging, but I kept it in check. I kept it in moderation. I wasn't expecting whatever this is. This wasn't part of the agreement. I don't remember inviting people around saying, bring your diseases, right? Only come along if you've got the plague. I don't remember these conversations. So, definitely not a happy bunny at the moment. But we'll get through. We'll get through. You know me, I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter, I'm a soldier, I'm a big brave boy. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Botched Eye Surgery said they should show a CM Punk match tonight. Well, they should. I mean, I don't think they will. I've not heard that they're doing that, but yeah, they should. They did record it, apparently, but then it's pretty standard to record the Madison Square Garden shows, because they do tend to show like little clips here and there, you know, like this is what went down. I mean, maybe they'll show some clips from it, but I've not heard that we're getting the full match or anything. I've not even heard we're getting any footage from Madison Square Garden, but yeah, that was a big L, to be honest. We were talking about that. I heard that over 1 million views from pirated sources, fan cams, over 1 million views of people watching that match. I mean, it's pretty amazing if you think about it. Like, the level of demand, the level of interest that people had in a house show. I mean, granted, it was CM Punk's first match in 10 years. I think that's an L. If Tony Khan had done this, we would be saying it was an L. So fair is fair is fair. We have to say it's an L. You've done CM Punk's first match in front of people, and you've not put it on TV. You've put it at a Madison Square Garden house show where tickets, I'm sure, would have sold well anyway. It's Madison Square Garden. It's the spiritual home of WWE. You could have had CM Punk do a promo, and it still probably would have sold out. So the fact that they've done his first match in 10 years against Dominic Mysterio, and no one could watch it unless you was in Madison. I mean, how the flip was I ever going to get a chance to watch it? What, jump on a plane, go to Madison Square Garden, buy a ticket? I mean, it's just not the most financially practical way, is it? So I kind of feel that it's an L, to be honest. I think that obviously he's got to shake off the ring rust, and obviously he's got to get back up to speed, but you could have been doing that behind closed doors. You didn't need to do it at a house show. I think that first match, it's a bit like when Edge went to AEW and they did his first match on Dynamite, but it was the Dynamite on a Tuesday up against NXT, and they got 600,000 rather than the 850,000 that they normally get. So, yeah, I mean, it's not the biggest L in the world, but I would say maybe the level of interest took them by surprise. Perhaps they just weren't prepared for like how excited people were for that event. I mean, the whole event, really, if you saw social media, the whole event was trending. Loads of images, fan footage, just so much coming out of Madison Square Garden. I mean, it could have been the pay-per-view. It could have been the premium live event for this month. Like, they could have found a way of booking it for Saturday. Like tomorrow. Tomorrow could be WWE at MSG. And that could be CM Punk's first match. And they could have shown it as a premium live event. And it would have done very, very well. It would have done very, very well. The level of interest was, for a house show, insane. Insane. In fact, I think it was reported by Fightful that it was the highest grossing non-televised event domestically, so in the US, WWE have ever done. Which I know there's quite a lot of caveats there. Like, it can't be on TV. It's got to be in the USA, right? But if you think about it, this company was built on house shows. This is all they did. They just did house shows. And a lot of them weren't televised. In fact, they used to use TV to get people to buy tickets to go to the house shows. So everything was geared towards non-televised house shows, like back in the day. And then obviously as pay-per-views were taking off, as TV money started to come in, then things started to change. But it's still amazing to think that this was the highest grossing non-televised event to take place in the US in the entire history of WWE. That was the Madison Square Garden show just a few days ago. And we know that things are trending that way because we see all the time highest grossing, highest grossing, highest grossing. And everything's highest grossing because the ticket prices have gone through the roof. We had a good conversation actually on the stream the other day. We were saying, like, wrestling used to be for the fans, and it used to be for the working class, and it used to be a case that if you was a wrestling fan, you could go and watch it live for a really good price. You know, you didn't need to save up all year or anything like this. You would, you know, it was affordable. You was able to go. It was a form of entertainment for the working classes. And it's just sort of, it may long ago have stopped being that, to be honest. But yeah, it's a weird, I find this a weird brag because on one hand you're saying, oh, we've made more money from this show than any other show before. And that would be brilliant if it was a bigger audience, but it's not. It's still the same amount of people that are going into Madison Square Garden. So how have they made more money? By pushing up the ticket prices. So basically they're saying, we've managed to charge you a lot more money, and you've paid. You've paid more than you've ever paid before. We're loving it. And we're going to brag about it as well. Which, you know what? We've charged you so much money. We've charged you so much money. And we're going to turn that into a brag. We're going to find a way of turning that into something that we can spin positively to show how successful we're being. It's weird, isn't it? Maybe in an alternative universe, maybe in some different parallel universe, this sort of a brag would actually result in uproar. And people would be like, how dare you? How dare you push ticket prices up at a time where there's, like, you know, food crises and people are really struggling. There's food banks and all this kind of stuff. And now we can't even get to go to the wrestling. You're putting up all the prices for the wrestling. That's how I feel about it anyway, you know. So it's a weird flex, but it's one that does get celebrated. And they've been doing that all year. Same with, like, you know, highest gross in Survivor Series, highest gross in WrestleMania. It's because we live in a capitalist world, isn't it, where that kind of thing is celebrated because it shows the health of the business. And I'm very grateful that the business is doing well. As a WWE fan, I like to see WWE doing well. You know, it's a company that I care about dearly. It's a company that's given me a lot. I do not begrudge them success in the slightest, but there is probably a conversation to be had about where's this going? How much is a ticket going to cost you, you know, for you to go to a house show in 5 years' time? How much is it going to cost you to just, you know, be subscribed to the network? Is the network going to go up? You know, is the Peacock subscription going up? I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. So yeah, it's an interesting flex. It's an interesting brag, but it's the world we live in. Alfie, shout out to you. Alfie said, "I hope you're well." I'm not. Thanks though. Thanks for hoping that I'm well. But that should show the CM Punk match. You read that? I don't think we did. Weather here sucks, says Ryan Gambler. A. Jobson said, happy early New Year's Eve to my Days family. A. Jobson, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. Alfie said, I hope you're well. Anna said, you missed my super chat. You'll probably miss this too. I read your super chat, bud. I read it right at the very start. Perhaps YouTube cut it off. It was like the very first thing I said when we started. Did that not come through? See what I'm having to deal with? I'm having to deal with illness. I'm having to deal with technical difficulties. No, I read it, but I wished you as well a very prosperous and fulfilling 2024. And I also said that I'm struggling. I'm struggling. And then we went into a big breakdown of how I'm struggling. And I gave you plenty of detail on that, trust me. But no, Anna, I hope you had a great one. I hope you had a great one, mate. I hope you continue to have a great one as we head towards 2024. And I hope there's justice for the Crooked House. That's all I think about now when I think of Anna. Me and Anna share a love for a pub that was wonky. It was a wonky pub, and it was on the slant, and it was a little landmark. Me and Anna live in the same area, and this pub is very well known in the area, and some people bought it, knocked it down. In fact, I'm going to show a picture. Justice for the Crooked House. That's what I'm saying. Crooked House pub. I won't show you what it looks like now because it's literally just a pile of rubble. It's a flipping disgrace. It is a flipping disgrace. I've been to this pub. Justice for the Crooked House. Yeah, I went to this pub when I was younger. There it is. It lives on. Look at that. Crazy, innit? And just like most things in my life, this wasn't planned. This was because someone completely botched it. So apparently there's mines in the area, not mines that blow up, but people digging underground. And the foundation started to slip. So the house started to lean, and so they had to put in supports and everything. And it stood there for so long. I don't want to say hundreds of years, but I'm sure it was. Is there? I don't know if there's a date on. No, there isn't. I thought there might be a date somewhere. But I've seen pictures all throughout the 1900s of this place. People going in the 60s, the 70s, all that kind of stuff. It was a real local tourist attraction. And it got flipping knocked down because someone wanted to just build flats on the land or something. So it's a disgrace. Do you know what? You can feel my anger. You can feel my anger. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the before and after picture, and we are getting to wrestling, but this is a travesty. What's happened here? Look at this. That's before, and that's after. To say that this has not gone down well in the local community would be an understatement. People were actually taking bricks as memories of so people have got bricks of that pub in their homes, like a little memento. They had to say, please don't take the bricks. We're still investigating what's actually gone on here because there was a fire. This was a disgrace. So I think about that when I see Anna. William said, I thought Drew's video was so tone deaf, just complaining about a job that pays him $500,000. I hope he loses at day one or Priest cashes in. You thought Drew McIntyre's video was tone deaf. I don't think I've seen a video. Where was this? While speaking during a recent WWE video, the Scottish Warrior talked about the December 26th Madison Square Garden show, the Scottish Warrior expressed his belief that CM Punk forgot his ring gear and looked stupid wrestling in what he referred to as under tights. He seems to have gotten his gear. He was wrestling in under tights. He looks pretty stupid. Oh, is this a TikTok video? Is it this?
Christmas has come and gone, and what an awesome Christmas it was. But no time to rest. We're right into the WWE holiday tour. I'm in Boston right now, packing to head to the TD Garden. It started last night in Madison Square Garden. Drew McIntyre's first ever main event at the Garden. Punk's first match in 10 years. And to be honest, he looked pretty good. I was watching through the curtain. The fans were excited to see him. He looked pretty good in the rings against Dominic, who's no slouch, but we'll see if Punk does against a McIntyre or Rollins. And he seems to have forgot his gear. He was wrestling in under tights, so looked pretty stupid, but yeah, looks like he hasn't missed a step, to be honest. Live event gate. Oh, it was just the biggest live event of all time for WWE. Get online, check the numbers. Look up shows with Rock, Hogan, Austin on them. Last night, blew it out of the water. I'm not saying it's because Big Mac was in the main event, but I'm not saying that. And tomorrow, we head to Canada, Montreal, the next day Toronto, the next day LA. And because I'm such a good husband, I'll take a red eye from LA, head back to Nashville, celebrate the wife's birthday, celebrate New Year's Eve, set that resolution. What is it? Win the world title at day one. Finally win the championship in front of live fans. Because if I don't, I mean, what the hell has all this been for? As far as I'm concerned, this is a week-long boot camp, and day one is the final destination.
Was it that video? Well, I didn't mind that video. I kind of feel like, he's anything that he's going to be saying is he's a heel. So I would hope that he would be saying quite heelish things. And yeah, if it was that, I don't think there was much there that I got a problem with. He said before that he clearly doesn't have time for CM Punk. We know this. During Survivor Series, he was one of the people that went backstage and stormed out, didn't he? Grabbed his stuff and stormed out. And so we know there's an issue there. So I think the fact he's even said he looked all right, in the match is probably more praise than I was expecting from Drew, to be honest. Unless you're telling me there's another video around. But to be honest, I've been a little bit out the loop. And I'm also, I don't know if I mentioned it, I'm dying. Yeah. Don't forget, I'm a guy. So you will be hearing about this every 5 minutes. So, William, I hope you are well. William said, I hope that Drew loses at day one or Priest cashes in. There is still the Damian Priest cashing in option, isn't there? We do still have that trigger that we can pull. Elfie says, I won't be here long. I just wanted to pop in and say I hope that you and everyone had a good Christmas and had a good New Year. Alfie, shout out to you, my friends. Same to you, right back at you. I hope you had a good one as well. Patrick O'Neill, hello, many congratulations to Patrick. Obviously, Nolene giving birth. We retweeted that out on the Wrestling Days account, on the Wrestling Escape Pod account, and yeah, that was something that literally dropped over the Christmas period. So many congratulations to the O'Neills, and it's brilliant news, and I hope everyone is doing well over there. Patrick, much love to you, my friend. Anna, hello, says Merry Christmas days. I would love to meet you someday. Oh, well, Anna, not right now. I don't know if you've heard the news. There's a lot of concern. I've caught something. I don't know what it is, right? I am considering calling the doctors and getting like someone to come out because this is a bit scratchy here. And this is slightly blocked, and that is not how it should be. So you definitely don't want to meet me right now, my friend. Great stream as always. Say Happy New Year, Happy New Yeet. Happy New Yeet to you, Anna. I hope you have a good one. I hope you yeet your way into 2024. Has anyone got any good plans for New Year's Eve? I mean, I think we may even be live. I have no idea. I don't even know what day it is. New Year's Eve. But I never do anything for it. I've always found New Year's Eve to be I don't know if it's overrated. It's certainly not underrated. It's either rated or overrated, but I've been out a few times, and you know, they're good nights, but I can't say they're like the best nights of my life. Like, they're good nights, but it's rammed. The prices are so much more expensive. It's just, I don't know. Everyone's like putting so much pressure on that moment, and then when it's the new year, then it's like, that's it. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't think I've ever had a fantastic New Year's night out. Let's put it that way. And I can't right now because it's scratchy around here and just not in a good place for New Year's. So we'll probably be streaming. Matt said, instead of simply firing underperforming individuals, WWE are now considering slaughtering them live at the end of each episode of Raw. Well, I'd take that over another best of, in all fairness. If we were going to watch the bottom 5% get slaughtered at the end of each Raw, and we could do that rather than watch another best of, I'd probably take that, to be honest. I don't know kind of where we are in regards to like cuts. We did get some, didn't we? I mean, obviously this year was nowhere near as bad as it's been, but I don't know how that's going to be going forward under TKO. We got a lot of cuts in offices this time. There was a lot of departments that suffered, but talent-wise, it hasn't been the worst year that we've seen. There was definitely people that were let go, and we know that those 90 days are up now. So Megs, Mansoor, Dolph, Mustafa, Rick Boogs, you know, there's a list of names there that unfortunately did lose their jobs, and you never like to see that. But all things considered, this was actually one of the better years. So I wonder what 2024 will hold in that regard. I wonder how it will be going into next year. When we drink together, you threaten to make me dance for money, said Miss Count. In all fairness, I do tend to do that. When it comes to most people that I drink with, in all fairness. So, Miss Can, that was not just exclusive to you. Harley said, breaking, CM Punk has just punched Grayson Waller at the airport because Grayson Waller wanted to use real glass next Friday. After the punch, Waller told Punk to go and cry him a river. Well, my understanding is that it's going to be revealed in about 6 months' time that Grayson Waller is the WWE Devil as well. So that is more breaking news. Alex said, what do you think of NXT moving to the network? We covered this yesterday. We covered this yesterday on the member stream, and I don't think my opinions have changed. What I said during the member stream was that I don't personally see it as a big deal. I think because if you're so engaged in WWE that you're watching the developmental brand, you're watching NXT, I've got to think you're pretty far down the rabbit hole, because there's not really much star power there. Yes, they've inflated it recently, but it has also now gone right back to where it was before, right? We know that they inflated it to get a better TV deal. Now they've got that TV deal. We've just gone back to doing what we did earlier this year. There's no Undertakers, there's no Cody Rhodes, there's no Becky Lynch's, there's no Seth Rollins, there's no Judgment Day. It's gone back to being what it was, what it should be, what it was going to be anyway. So for me, I think if you're watching NXT, chances are and obviously this is not 100%, you know, but chances are you're pretty far enough down the rabbit hole where you're going to have the WWE network. And so I just, you know, rather than watching it on that, I watch it on this. And that's absolutely fine. My concern was when they said it was going to be on the network was that we weren't going to get it live. That was my concern. As soon as I saw it was moving, the first thing I thought was, well, where do I watch it? Then I saw network and I was like, no, you can't do that because it doesn't go onto the WWE network for about 24 hours. It airs on a Tuesday night. I don't think it hits the network till Wednesday night. And so, how are we going to do that? I mean, in my head, I was like, I'm going to have to use Watch Wrestling every week. That's what I thought. I'm going to have to just use Watch Wrestling. And then, thankfully, people started showing they'd been receiving messages saying, like, no, it will actually be live on the network going forward now. So that took away the only issue I had personally. The only issue I had was that, well, it's on the network now. I mean, reasons for it, I've got to think are low numbers. I'm not aware that there's a dispute. I'm not aware of the TV deal being up or anything. I can only imagine that, you know, TNT Sports have just took over from BT Sports. So I'd imagine they're probably looking at the schedule. They're probably looking at the portfolio. They're probably seeing what it is that they've purchased. And they're looking at numbers which I've got to think are really low for NXT in the UK. Because it airs at 1 in the morning, right? It airs live at 1 in the morning. It's WWE's developmental. If you look in America at the fact that SmackDown gets, 2.2 million? Raw gets 1.4, 1.5 at the moment. And NXT is getting 600,000. So if you consider the difference in between all those shows, right? And how... like NXT is like over three times smaller than SmackDown, right? Because you can times that by three, and you still haven't got to the number that SmackDown is getting. So it's considerably smaller than SmackDown. I think that same percentage, that same difference, is probably true in the UK. I've got to think that I can't see why it would be any different. So because it's on at 1 a.m., you know, I've got to think that Raw and SmackDown already are drawing pretty low numbers. So if you then think NXT, much smaller brand, what the hell is that doing? What kind of numbers is that attracting? Like, all of a sudden, yeah, perhaps it's just not, you know, tangible going forward. Perhaps it's just not worth it. Perhaps they're even losing money satellite beaming it in or something. Like, perhaps it's a case of, like, you know what, we'll just show the recorded ones instead. I actually don't know the situation. I don't know if NXT has gone for good or if it's just the live one that's gone and instead they're just going to run the replays. I'm not sure. But for me personally, I think like my big concern is where do I watch it? And it's on the network. And I think if you watch NXT, I've got to think you're watching the premium live events of WWE, and the place to watch those is on the WWE network. So it's noteworthy. It will affect some people that don't have the network. Maybe you could say, well, what about those people flicking through the channels? But honestly, I think we're dealing with such small numbers. I think the numbers at 1 a.m. on a Wednesday morning, early hours, 1 a.m. Wednesday morning, how many people are we talking, seriously? I mean, if the numbers were that great, I don't think that they would have made the decision to lose it in the first place. So... yeah, for me, fine, you know, whatever. As long as I can still watch it live, as long as us in the UK have still got somewhere to watch it. And to be honest, even if you haven't got the network, just go to Watch Wrestling. You'll be able to watch it on that website. I'm pretty sure they'll just cover it and carry it. And they'll just be showing it from the USA network in America. And next year, they'll just keep showing it from the CW network. They keep trying to take that website down. It just keeps moving around. So... even if you don't have the network, there's still not a reason why you can't watch it. Granted, you might have to now go through illegal channels, but that's not really your fault. Bishop said, do you think the feeling of newness of AEW is going away? I think a honeymoon period has definitely ended, but I think that honeymoon period ended quite a while ago. I think the honeymoon periods got them through the pandemic. Then I think when the crowds came back, it had a new boost of feeling quite fresh again because, well, everything did really. The pandemic kind of allowed everyone to have a bit of a reset. Even WWE, who've been going for like since the 60s. And even before that, if you want to include when they were with the NWA. But I think like not having fans was kind of like a bit of a palate cleanser. And so when the fans came back, it felt a bit more like fresh beginnings. Like, oh my God, we could do anything now. Now the fans are back. It's the excitement. Everyone's going to be so excited to see wrestling again. We haven't seen it live for so long. Like that enthusiasm. And I mean, I don't know if you saw that documentary, the one that was on Vlad. It shows how important live wrestling is to people. I mean, he was saying that wrestling and his mother are like the two most important things in his life. He needs them like he needs oxygen. And, clearly there was some sort of mental health aspects going on there. There was some sort of issues, challenges, but for some people it is very, very important, and to go to live wrestling. And I feel like AEW started in 2019. They felt new throughout 2019 because they were only around like from the summer. I think it was like September, maybe August, September. So throughout 2019 they were in a honeymoon periods. Then it's March of 2020 we go into lockdowns. So all of a sudden that shakes things up. Then it feels weird, but everything feels weird. But it feels weird in an intriguing way. Like, what are they going to do? How are they going to deal with it? How are they going to deal with this? And I felt that way about everything. I'm sure you felt that way about the NBA. You felt that way about WWE. You felt that way about AEW. So again, it kind of, in a way, kept the intrigue going. And meant that the honeymoon period didn't get chance to kind of disappear. Instead, they kind of went into this holding pattern, and they did some interesting stuff. I actually think you could make an argument that AEW dealt with the pandemic better than WWE. The reason for that, I think, was because they were new, and because they had Daly's Place. They could pivot quite quickly. They could go to Daly's Place, have a big venue that had like outdoor areas as well. It had a stadium that was completely empty next door, and they used that, of course, for a stadium stampede. And of course, they were fighting all around Daly's Place. And I think like WWE, when they went into lockdown, they went like, well, where do we go? They didn't have anywhere. So they ended up having to like go to a warehouse and convert a warehouse. I mean, we got WrestleMania 36 from inside a warehouse, whereas AEW had Daly's Place and just felt like they could react to it a little bit better. I also think they were pushing the envelope a little bit more, a stadium stampede. They were trying to think of ways to kind of stand out, whereas WWE were just trying to figure out ways of like, how the hell do we deliver a WrestleMania with no fans? WWE were having to be quite reactive, whereas AEW, I think, could go on the offense a little bit more, right? They could be a bit more proactive. So I actually think, like, even though I wasn't a fan of really anything coming out of the pandemic era, for WWE or for AEW, I think that AEW dealt with it better, and that kind of kept things going for them. I always think about like Sammy in that golf cart. That's like an image that comes to my mind when I think about the pandemic era. Like, that was quite an iconic image. Or I think about Daly's Place, of course, because all the shows kept coming from there. Or Stadium Stampede. You could, or when Matt Hardy arrived and there was no one in the stands, so he did the teleporting thing around the stands. So there's a few memories that come back when I think about like AEW during the pandemic era. So that kind of kept things in a holding pattern. And then, of course, once we come out of that and the fans are back, well, that's got a whole new boost of enthusiasm. So for me, I think that once at different points along this journey, people will have said, well, the honeymoon period's done now, right? Maybe things started getting a bit stale during the pandemic era run. Maybe when the fans came back, the company didn't kind of manage to recapture the magic like people were looking for. Maybe for some people, that's when the honeymoon period was done. For me, I feel like it's a difficult one to pinpoint when the honeymoon period ended. I think it might be different for each person, but I would struggle to say that it lasted up until like recently. For me, I've pretty much struggled with AEW throughout the whole of 2023. Do you know what? I would say the moment, if I was to had a gun to my head and someone was like, give me an answer, the answer I would give would be the brawl out. That's the moment for me. I think since the brawl out, I think that they've just not regained the momentum. I think the momentum died with the brawl out. I think that Wembley was an interesting peak in that, but I think as quickly as it went up, it came straight back down again. And again, probably thanks to CM Punk and Jungle Boy and what happened backstage. You know, the talk was not about... The Wembley show did not get the attention it deserved because the talk afterwards was all about the choking out backstage and Tony Khan. I mean, that has got to be promo of the year. There is no promo. There is no promo that people have quoted more this year or has had a bigger impact than Tony Khan announcing that he fired CM Punk and that he feared for his life. Tony Khan fearing for his life has to be the quote of the year, the promo of the year. Not because it was an amazing delivery, he killed it, oh my god, what a great job, but from a, oh my god, what is he saying? From an oh my god standard point of view, from a impact point of view, like from a how shocking it was, the language that was used, you know, the way it was so cold, you can tell a lawyer had written it, but that line of I feared for my life, I still don't know really why that was in there. I mean, I feel like it's because they can point to it, like, if it goes to court. It's such a weird thing to confess to, isn't it? It's such a weird thing to come out and say. You can just say that you let CM Punk go because of cause, right? You don't necessarily need to go into that level of detail where you say that you feared for your life and all this kind of stuff. I mean, mental. Crazy. It's been crazy. So for me, I remember when the year started feeling like it was struggling. I remember when the year started being like, let's work towards Revolution, right? Let's work towards Wembley. Working towards Wembley was a big one. We were constantly saying, or I was saying, let's get to Wembley. Wembley, you know, doesn't matter what Dynamite's like at the moment, let's get to Wembley. Once we get to Wembley, that's such a big show, that's going to be the relaunch. And then, of course, the CM Punk thing happens. The CM Punk thing happens, and it's not the relaunch. Instead, it's just another distraction and something that hurts the company. Hurts the company drastically. CM Punk was their biggest star, arguably. And that was it. It was done. It was over. Game over. He was gone. And it overshadowed Wembley. So, for me, I can't say that the honeymoon period has ended recently. I think if a gun was to my head, I would say it was the middle of 2022. I would say when CM Punk came in, that was another boost. You know, we spoke about the pandemic. We spoke about people coming back. I think that another boost was CM Punk returning. I mean, a huge boost to momentum that was. I mean, the numbers say that was a real game changer. You know, I remember on that, like, AEW botches, they have that thing where they get people's tweets and they say such and such, this is such a game changer, like, you know, and obviously they don't turn out to be game changers. But I would feel quite comfortable in saying that CM Punk was a game changer for WWE. You know, Tony actually at one of the press conferences sat down and went through this long laundry list of things that CM Punk had achieved in AEW, like the first $1 million gate, Rampage doing over $1 million, which is impressive. You know, when he first came back, them selling out, like, you know, X amount of shows in a row, which was the first time they'd done that. Them doing like over 10,000 in and blah, 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 right? They were setting and they were achieving, maybe not numbers like WWE were achieving, but by AEW standards, they were achieving numbers which were better than where they'd been, right? And that was down to CM Punk. So CM Punk definitely had an impact. I don't think anyone's saying he didn't, but he definitely had an impact. And I think this is why his loss was so badly felt. When he got suspended, that definitely was felt. That was definitely felt. And I felt it. It really felt like we were scrambling round. Moxley had to be champion. And it just sort of felt like a lot of plans went out the window. And you can forgive maybe the month after, because so much had to change back in 2022 that you can forgive, like, you know, a bit of a transitional period. I just never felt like they got back on their feet. I just never felt like they managed to get back to really telling some stories that people cared about. And I think, for me, that is where the real decline came in. Because I agree, I don't think people feel the same way about the company. And actually, MJF put out a very interesting, oh, Jesus, I mean, it's a book, I think. He put out this thing where he was talking about, I mean, I can show it you, but it is so long that there's no way that we'd be able to go through everything. To be honest, I've read it. I don't like it. I don't like what he's saying. I probably shouldn't have a problem with it because he's a face now. I think, to be honest, my problem is that he's a face, and I don't like him being a face. I don't think he should be a face. And this is a very face message that he's put out today. A very face message. It's very, we're AEW kind of a message. And if you think about where MJF has been character-wise, where he stood in the ring and shouted at Tony and spoke about walking out and, you know, threatened to go to WWE in 2024 and all this kind of stuff, the message that went out today felt very far away from where that was. And for me, that was when MJF was at his best. I have always struggled with this babyface MJF. I've never took to it. I've never liked it. Hate him with Adam Cole. I think it's garbage. Really don't like it. I know many people do, and God bless you all. But for me, you've got one of the best heels I've ever seen, and you've decided the best thing to do is turn him face. Which I can't get my head around it. I don't understand. I just don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe you could make an argument. Well, he's seeing what it's like to be a face. One day we might need him to be a face, and he's doing a bit of practice or something like this. Okay, well, I wouldn't do that practice whilst he's AEW champion. I wouldn't do that practice whilst he's at the very top of the cards. I wouldn't have him being involved in the silliness that he's been involved with, right? And he's been involved in some awful silliness with Adam Cole whilst being AEW champion. If you want to try stuff and you want to experiment with stuff, I really would do it when we've got someone else carrying the ball. I just think that this has also been a problem. I think that this has catered to people and people have liked it, but I don't think that it's attracted new fans. I don't think that this is something that has brought other people in. And it's such a shame because it really feels to me like you've got one of the best heels I've ever seen. You've got one of the best wrestlers as well. I mean, he was criticized heavily for his in-ring work, but he's really shown that he gets it from a psychology point of view. His selling and the way that he can cheat during matches, the way that he can dig deep and like come back and make those comebacks, and his moveset's good. You know, everything about his matches tend to get a lot of praise. I've seen a lot of best of 2023 lists for match of the year, and there's MJF matches all over them. People really do rate his in-ring work now. That's all done a 180. It's no longer like, oh, he's a good talker, but he can't wrestle. That's yesterday's news. That's in the past, right? But now the conversation very much is... you know, are they using him the right way? And for me, the answers are no. This matters to me. Please read. I've got some things to say. So he says, I don't usually do stuff like this, but I've got to get stuff off my chest. I'm wrestling Samoa Joe. I'll tell you one thing I thought, right? He says, you're going to hear stories about me over the next few days about my contract and about injuries I'm dealing with, about the condition my body is in, and about who knows what else. I'm sure it will all leak, and that's fine, right? So that's quite interesting. One thing this comes across as is it comes across as a man who's on the verge of losing his world title. He knows it, and he just wants to get some stuff off his chest before that happens. But MJF is so clever that if this was someone else, I would probably have a problem with this feeling so like I'm about to lose my title, right? I'm about to lose my title, and I just want you to know a few things because I don't know what the future holds. If this was someone else putting this out, I'd be quite critical of that, because this very much suggests that he loses at World's End. It very much suggests that he's like, you know, I mean, he's this bit here where he's like, you're going to hear about the condition of my body. You're going to hear about my contract. Yeah, and who knows what else. I'm sure it's all going to leak. That sort of suggests he loses the title, and then all of this information comes out, like he's actually been wrestling with a broken back or whatever, right? But MJF is so good. This could be a massive swerve. It could just be a case that he's writing this now to make people think he's losing the title, and then he actually retains. He actually gets past MJF, or it's revealed he's the devil, and blah, 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 and he signed a contract ages ago. And this could actually be part of a swerve. This could easily be part of a swerve. So anyone else that I didn't think is as clever, I would be maybe critical of the tone of this and some of the language that's used here. But for MJF, he's so good. This, as we said, could be a swerve. So, I mean, look, he's saying, look, talking about workers' rights, and he's saying that competition is good. He's saying that there only used to be one major American wrestling company, but now there's two, and that effing matters. It matters for the wrestlers, since we all have jobs that didn't exist 5 years ago, but it also matters for the wrestlers who don't work here. For everyone in WWE, AEW, it means not working in monopoly conditions. It means more options, which means more leverage, which means more money. Well, I'm so pleased that you're getting more money. I'm so pleased that you're getting money. I mean, I'm thrilled for you. So, you know, he's talking about wrestlers having another place to work. And do you know what? I've got no issue with that, right? I've got no issue with that argument of... I've got no issue with that argument saying that, you know... there's more places for us to go. There's more places for us to make money. If you like wrestling and you like wrestlers... and WWE has not got a use for them, then everything he's saying there is good, right? But the problem I've got is that you're working for a company that has very publicly declared war on WWE. You're working for a company that's not just trying to provide a home for wrestlers. You're working for a company that's not just trying to provide a friendly alternative. You're working for a company that from day one, has declared war on WWE, right? Would love to see WWE go out of business, right? Would love. So as much as you want to say like, no, it's brilliant, like there's more places for wrestlers to work, this is also business. This is also a company that is taking shelf space away in toy shops away from WWE. And so that means that WWE don't have as many figures on the shelves. And so that means they're likely selling less figures, right? It also means that there's obviously more tickets. People are going to these shows rather than going to WWE shows. Because chances are ticket prices, as we said, have gone up. If you've got WWE and AEW coming, a decision is probably going to have to be made, right? You're probably not financially in the point where you can do both. And if you are, fantastic. But there are people out there that are struggling with cost of living. So what I don't like about this is that it gives you a very passionate pro AEW vibe and slant on things, and it's not really addressing the whole conversation. It's addressing it from, I mean, this is written by the champion of AEW, right? Someone that is clearly being treated very well and being looked after very well. And this, to me, feels like it should be written by Tony Khan, or it should be written by Kenny Omega, or it should be written by whoever the big baby face is, Adam Copeland, right? Not necessarily being written by who I still perceive to be one of the best heels in the company. Like seeing MJF, the guy who just a few years ago was talking about leaving and going to WWE, starting a bidding war and all of this kind of stuff, seeing him talking about how brilliant it is that AEW is around and how workers' rights are important and like all this kind of stuff. And, you know, it's not really lies detected. It's just, for me, I don't think we're telling the full story. And for me, I also think that from him, this is not the kind of thing I'd be looking for. It's like, imagine the Iron Sheik coming out and saying how brilliant like WWE is, and like going off and like how amazing America is. I just don't like. I know he's a face, and maybe it's me. Maybe I should just accept it. And this is a face, and this is the kind of thing a face would put out there. But he has just never felt like a face to me. It just doesn't feel natural, and this just feels strange coming from him. But this is stuff that he said he wants to get off his chest. So he says, what was he said? He said, like, if you want to see AEW fail or something, I welcome anyone that's critical of AEW. God knows I am. Not in this, you're not. If you are actually actively rooting against us existing, I mean, again, just reminder, there is a war going on, and this is a company that's trying to bring down WWE. So yes, there are people actively rooting against you existing, right? Guess what? You're the effing worst. I don't know about that, to be honest. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't want them to go away. I'm not. This isn't a little conversation about let's get rid of AEW. That's not what we're talking about, right? I like that they're around. I've got no problem with it. It's just not to my taste, right? I've come to realize that after having a whole 2023 where it's been a case of, no, look, we're working towards Wembley. Wembley will be the restart of, oh, no, we're working towards this. This will be the restart. Or, oh, no, I really like Tony Storm. Like, you know, but you soon realize Tony Storm takes up, 5 minutes of the show, and I've still got to watch an hour and 55. And I ain't enjoying it, right? So, to me, it's fine. There's an audience for it. People really enjoy it. It gets 850,000 views each week, every week. They've got an audience. I can't. There's nothing to criticize. They've got their audience, and that's it. But for me, it's just not for me. It's not for me. I don't think they quite know what they're trying to do as well. The fact that they're doing a Continental Classic in response to the fact that criticism has been that they're not sports-based enough says to me that even they're still trying to find the right tone for the show. Even they don't quite know where they should be landing it at the moment. But I think WWE know exactly what they're doing. I think, you know, if you've watched WWE, maybe part of the criticism could be that it feels like it's the same show on a regular basis. It can be a little bit formulaic. It can be a bit predictable because you sort of know how they book. Granted, maybe shook up a little with Triple H, but it's been evolution rather than revolution. Triple H has not been drastically different than Vince. It's just that things are a bit tighter, make a bit more sense. We invest in things a little better. You see that with Shinsuke's video packages, blah, 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 right? So I would say that it's just tighter and better, more thought through in WWE right now. But you know what you're getting. You know what the tone is going to be. I think that AEW is still playing around with theirs. I think AEW still don't quite know how far to go into sports entertainment, how far to go into sports based, and I think they're still trying to find that level. So I think for me, there are people rooting against AEW. That's very clear. But AEW, I think, have also been their own worst enemies, where you've had Tony Khan coming out saying he's got huge announcements that prove to not be huge announcements. You've got Tony Khan coming out on Twitter taking shots against like Shawn and Triple H and going off about how, like, you know, there's a war and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what? The more you think about it, the more it may become evident that the real problem is not AEW. Maybe the real problem is Tony Khan. Maybe that's the real issue that everyone's got. Maybe if this company was being run by someone different, then maybe AEW would be a lot more palatable. But you've got someone there who has Twitter meltdowns, right? You have someone there who is promising a lot of things and then not delivering. I mean, these announcements have just been a joke. They've been a joke. And an actual joke. People have made actual fun of the fact that he makes these announcements and they're never as big as what he claims they're going to be. People, like, that has become a meme that people make fun of. You know, this is a guy who went on TV, said he was fearing for his life. I mean, I don't even... If that's true, it doesn't make him look like the coolest cat in the world, right? And if it isn't true, and it's a legal thing, it just makes him look lame. I mean, there's nothing good that comes out of that comment. There's nothing good that comes out of that comment apart from it's going to help you in a legal case. That's what comes out of it. But nothing good. Doesn't make him look cool. Doesn't like, the perception's not brilliant. Fearing for his life. So, like, you know, for me, I don't know. He wants to get this off his chest. I think he has been probably objected to a lot and seen a lot of negativity on social media. He probably has had to bite his tongue a lot, and that's probably hard for MJF to do. But I read this and I was like, I just couldn't believe it was coming from him. I couldn't believe that he was writing this, because even if he thinks it, don't say it. You're meant to be the guy that's, you know, we don't know what's going on, not flipping AEW's number one cheerleader. Cody took a chance on me at All In, then Tony took a chance on me. Let's not kid ourselves. I was brought in to be the guy that you disliked, who didn't stand a chance. You know, wrestling moments. I think that's what they saw in me. They had Bret Hart come out, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't really seen as a top guy. I'll never forget the moment it came out there, blah, 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 lovely. AEW isn't for everyone. Okay, that's fair. I like that. I don't have a problem with that comment. Sink or swim cuts both ways, like an MFer. If you watched us in year one, you know that. I won't name any names, but suffice to say, there were guys who had all the buzz in the world coming in at the start, and it turns out it was just buzz. Seriously, there were guys who no one could shut up about. Oh my god, so-and-so, that dude is a massive star. Then you'd hear someone mention Darby Allin, and it's like, yeah, Darby's cool, but he's little, and he's really not going to get over. You know who the guy is. It's so-and-so. But here's the thing, it wasn't so-and-so. It was effing Darby, who was supposed to be too small and too weird, and blah, 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 blah. and it is Penta and Phoenix, who definitely got dismissed by a lot of people. It's weird. Do you not think it's weird? I just think it's weird. He's standing up for Darby, he's standing up for Penta, he's standing up for Phoenix, he's standing up for Kingston. It's just weird. I don't read this and think that this is like I mean, the swearing makes me think MJF, but I don't know, man. It's, as I said, maybe this is me. Maybe it's me. Perhaps I need to just accept he's a face. It's a very face thing to do. It's the kind of thing blooming Hulk Hogan would have written in the 80s, standing up for WWE. Like, you know, if he was on WWE's side during the steroid trial, right? And he was like, rah rah in WWE, this kind of thing he'd be writing, not MJF. Bottom line, AEW equals opportunity in every sense of the words. If you're good, it's an opportunity to show that. If you're mid, it's an opportunity to show that. If you've still got it, it's an opportunity to show that. If you're washed, then it's an opportunity to show that. And if you're a generational talent, brackets me, it's an opportunity to show that. I want to say a few things about the people that have built this place. Tony Khan. Yes, he's my boss. Yes, he's a billionaire's son. No one wants to hear about him, so I'll be brief. 1, most billionaire sons, as I understand it, are rude idiots that watch Netflix all day on mountains of drugs, who siphon money from mommy and daddy. Tony isn't that. So on a baseline level, I guess I've got respect for him being a nice guy who gives a shiz and loves the sport. 2, Tony honors contracts. If you think that's a low bar, cool. Welcome to wrestling. Cody, we've got a beautiful friendship. In a business where friends are like unicorns, I will just leave it at that. Kenny and the Bucks. I always hear how polarizing they are, and my response is thank. Literally every performer worth caring about is polarizing. Every athlete who I'd buy a ticket to watch is an artist who doesn't put me to sleep. Blah, blah, blah. Jericho, it's really fun to shiz on him. I know, but people have the weirdest, shortest memories when it comes to who he is. He just goes down, just praising people. Praising, like, where they've been. Our fans, they're the best. They're smart. They're passionate. And simply put, they love this shiz. I don't know, man. To be honest, this thing just keeps going and going and going and going. So, he speaks about like his Jewishness, which, you know, obviously, that's what I thought this was going to be when I clicked on it at first, and I was getting sent the links. I really thought it was going to be about Hamas, Israel, Palestine. Him being like Jewish, what that means in the current world. Because when he said this means a lot to me, this is important to me, I need to get this off my chest. Straight away, that's what my mind went to. As I was reading it, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe what I was reading. I've seen a lot of praise for it. I've seen a lot of people coming out saying it's brilliant, this is a great read. And it is a great read. I'm not saying it's not a great read. But for me, this is not what MJF should be putting onto the internet. This is not what MJF, or the MJF that I want. The MJF that was a real special heel. The MJF that was grabbing a microphone and screaming at Tony Khan. Like, you know, this saying that he's done and he's walking out and all this kind of stuff. This isn't the MJF I want. This isn't what I'm looking for from him. And to be honest, this whole face thing has not been what I've been looking for from him. And so I don't know, I read it and I just find it really a bit disappointing, to be honest. I think he makes some valid points. But you can always come back with counters to those points. It's fine to be rah-rah AEW, and the champion probably should be if you're a face. But you can't, it's very difficult to then sit here and say, like, yeah, but this is the same company that keeps declaring war. This is the same company that's got Tony Khan at the helm, who, you know, has said a lot of stuff, and yeah, that has rubbed people up the wrong way. And there are people rooting against AEW. And there are a lot of people that hope this company fail. There's a lot of people where if WWE go to Warner Brothers Discovery and AEW end up getting booted and they can't find a new home, I don't know what they do at that point, but I tell you, whatever stress that would cause for Tony and for the AEW executives, that would be celebrated by many people on social media, because this is a war and it has become polarizing, and AEW can point that finger firmly at themselves as to how this got turned into a war. And you know, you kind of read what MJF says there and you go, he's making good points. You know, more places for wrestlers to go. I love the fact that people like Malachi Black have got a place to work, that people like Miro have got a place to work, that people like Eddie Kingston can make a living for themselves, you know? Don't have to just keep doing indies, whatever. They've got somewhere where they can get some decent money, right? I mean, when it comes to the silly astronomical amounts at the top end, like, you know, that kind of stuff, like MJF's next contract is going to be monstrous, right? It's going to be millions and millions of dollars, right? I don't begrudge that for him because he is very, very talented, but for me, like, that's not something which I personally care about. Like, him being able to make millions of dollars outside of AEW, that I don't care about that, right? What I care about is that Eddie Kingston can make a good living. I care that Ricky Starks can make a good living. I care that people lower down the cards can survive and make a good living. You know, Thunder Rosa can make a good living. Jamie Hayter can make a good living outside of WWE, because there's not enough room in WWE for all of these wrestlers. So I'm pleased that these people can go and make money elsewhere. That's good. It's really good. So I agree with all of that. And as I said, maybe if Tony Khan was not in the helm, was not in charge, perhaps a lot of people would feel different. Perhaps if the tone of AEW had been less confrontational, and maybe if Tony hadn't been the one in charge, or maybe if Tony had been less confrontational, and actually maybe if there'd been a bit of praise coming from AEW, talking about how, you know, how important WWE has been, how much respect there is for WWE, how they're not trying to take over, they just want a piece of the pie. They feel like there is a place in the market for a healthy alternative. You know, they could have gone with that narrative, but from Cody breaking the throne to multiple tweets that have been put out over the years, you know, it's been very clear, and it hasn't been one-sided, right? It hasn't been one-sided. I will be the first to admit WWE have taken shots as well. So I'm not a WWE defender on this necessarily. It's been both sides, but I think you can understand WWE taking shots. WWE are not going to open arms welcome a rival, are they? WWE are not going to see a brand new company start up and go, this is brilliant. This is, oh God, come on boards. You wouldn't expect that of WWE. I wouldn't expect that of WWE. If you owned a coffee shop on a high street, right, and you was doing well, and then next door a new coffee shop opens, are you going to go round and be all like, it's so great to have you here? Is that going to be your mentality? Like, I don't know that it is. So I find it difficult to blame WWE for their approach here. I think actually, all things considered, they've been relatively reserved. We don't hear AEW being mentioned on WWE TV. We don't hear them taking shots on a regular basis. We don't see tweets going out with little digs to AEW. Like, definitely things have happened, and probably the most notable was the Hall of Fame. But outside of that, and a few other bits, it's probably been a lot more coming from the AEW side than it has the WWE side. AEW had a choice. Do we go confrontational, or do we go and actually like be more positive and try and work together? They wanted from the get-go to have themselves set as the alternative. They wanted those lapsed fans that were tired of the WWE product. They specifically wanted those people that hated the WWE product. They wanted to be seen as the alternative. And part of the way they did that is to make it very clear that they do not agree with WWE or are going to be presenting the product the same way as WWE. They are in many ways the anti WWE. You know, we have to see jokes about sports entertainment. You know, Jericho and his heel band of merry men are sports entertainers, whilst apparently the rest of the wrestlers want to be wrestlers. You know, wrestling and wrestlers is the good positive term. Sports entertainment, which is the WWE term, that is treated with negative connotations. There's lots and lots of things like that that's gone on in AEW, which has polarized and upset people and annoyed people and has antagonized people, has alienated people, has made people forced into picking sides. And this war, as time has gone on, has got more heated. It's got more heated. And so now we find ourselves in a situation where we've got MJF saying, if you're rooting against us, you're the problem. It's a bit like Edge, when Edge first arrived. And he made that absolutely ridiculous claim that there wasn't a war, right? We were one of the only, and I'm not just saying this, we were one of the only platforms that I saw, but in all fairness, I don't go to lots of different platforms, but we were one of the only platforms I saw that immediately called that out, that immediately said, what the hell is he on about? What the hell is he on about? How can you have observed what's happened over the past few years and come out and claim there isn't a war? And then lo and behold, it was poetic. It could not have been scripted any better, where it was literally like a week later, we had Dynamite and NXT going up against each other on that Tuesday, and all we saw was Tony Khan just going off on Twitter and claiming that there is a war. I mean, it was perfect for us to make the point, just really, like, you know, go, this is where we are. This is where we are. You know, it's a bit like Emperor's Clothes, where you've got Edge going, there isn't a war, there isn't a war. No, there is. There is. There definitely is. There definitely is. And but it's weird, isn't it? I mean, I feel like the Edge isn't wrong in not wanting a war. I think Edge is right to want. I think he worded it wrong, right? Maybe if he was to go back things, maybe he could have come out and said, like, I want to lower that toxicity. I don't want there to be a war. And maybe that would have worded it better. But he didn't say that. And MJF is sort of saying something along the similar lines. And this coming from someone that I really wish it wasn't coming from. But, you know, everyone's going to have their opinion on this. It's a good read. I would definitely say check it out. And I would definitely say check it out. See what you make of it. And I think that it will divide opinion. But for me, this reads similar to kind of what I was seeing from Edge. I think the vibe I'm getting is that there are wrestlers, and we'll wrap up on this because I do want to get into the chat. But I want to wrap up on this conversation. I think there are wrestlers in AEW that want what MJF has said to be true. I think there's a lot of wrestlers that don't want this to be a war. I think there's a lot of wrestlers that realize that making it a war has made this 100 times harder for AEW than it needed to be. I think that had they have been a bit more positive, a bit more seen as more respectful towards WWE, I think that you've got a lot of people that would have been a bit more willing to give them a chance. I think that they have alienated and sort of and WWE as well, as we said, you know, they definitely played a part, but I would expect them to play that part, as we said about the coffee shop situation. I think that it's been made into a war where people have had to pick sides, and I think that has just made AEW's job a lot harder than it needed to be. I think MJF knows that. I think Adam Copeland knows that. I would imagine that Bryan Danielson knows that. I would imagine, in retrospect, I would think Tony Khan. I would think Tony Khan would choose a different tone if he was to start all over again. I think he would choose a different tone. I don't know that he would kind of do the things that he's done. But, you know, I think he's someone that is probably a little bit disappointed, to be honest. I think Tony was of the belief that there was more Lapsed fans out there that would have joined AEW had they have took this path they've took. They've took this path. You can't really go back now. You can't really put the toothpaste back into the pot, into the container, and so it's out there. You can't really go back, and we know where the numbers are. And so now growing from here is going to be a challenge. It's not impossible. I mean, they could have a really big 2024. So it's not impossible, but it's harder. They've made it harder for themselves. And I read that from MJF. And it says to me that he doesn't believe in that war mentality. Right, that I think he knows that it's been made harder as a result. And Edge, look at what Edge said. Again, you know, that's someone else that I would think doesn't believe in that. Bryan Danielson is also someone I would think that would want to, you know, lower that temperature. I think there'd be a lot, actually. But then equally, I also think there'll be some there that, you know, still want to kind of go down that path, you know. It's which way do you choose? Which direction do you go? They made their choice at the very beginning, and God, I'd love to know if they regret that now. I would love to know what Tony thinks about that now, and if he would do it again. My thoughts are that he wouldn't. Big Time said when NXT and AEW were head-to-head, a combined 1.6, 1.7 were watching wrestling across TNT and USA. TV viewers, fans already planted their flags to support a side and not watch the other show. I think there was crossover because we were watching both, and I think there was people that was watching one and then DVRing the other. So I think there were people that were watching both, but I think it would become quite apparent, or you know, chances are that you would have a favorite show eventually, right? And actually, at the start, I thought during the pandemic, AEW were doing a better job than NXT. I thought that AEW were doing a better job, maybe than WWE. I don't know. I think Raw and SmackDown were always my favorite shows of the week. I can't remember AEW ever being my favorite show, but I remember many, many weeks where in that head-to-head AEW got the better of NXT. I remember many weeks where it did. And I think, like, as time has just gone by, as I said, I think for me, the momentum really stalled when CM Punk left after the Brawl Out. That's when things really changed for me. That's when we went into a new phase. We went into, I suppose, the post CM Punk phase. I know he came back. I can't remember how long he was back for, but I know he came back, and he came back predominantly on Collision, which was a show I didn't watch. So he was kind of away a fair bit, to be honest. Even when he came back, I wasn't seeing tons of him. But he did come back. But really, I would say that Brawl Out is where we kind of go into the post-CM Punk phase. He comes back. He goes on Collision. The Collision numbers are what they are. And... what happens at Wembley happens at Wembley, and then it all kind of goes in a different direction. Well, you know, they go in a different direction. CM Punk goes to WWE. They feel like they've got all the momentum in the world now, I think Vince leaving was a big one. I think that Tony... this was a point we made that I thought was very valid the other day, which is when this started, it was Vince versus Tony. Or actually, no, it was Vince versus the Elite. And there was a lot of goodwill towards the Elite. People really love Kenny, the Bucks, Hangman. They didn't go to WWE. They were doing it for themselves. Cody was there as well. They managed to get Jericho. You know, we were coming off the back of them selling 10,000 tickets for All In when Meltzer didn't know if it would be possible. And they did it. And there was all this goodwill and there was all this support. And it didn't need to be an anti-anything. It just needed to be, we're going to give this a go ourselves. And then Tony Khan arrives on the scene and puts up the money. And I really think he's been the problem. I think his booking has not been strong enough. I think that he's tried stuff that hasn't worked. I think that you could put that down to inexperience. We all think we've got good ideas for booking, but the proof is going to be in the pudding. You know, I think I have some good ideas for booking sometimes, and I'm sure all of you think you have good ideas for booking sometimes, but we never truly know if they are good ideas. They might sound good in our heads, but we never truly know unless we actually did it. And I think he's been a bit of a victim of that, where he also has some good ideas, only he's got access to the kind of money which means he can put those ideas into place. And I think now he's come to realize that actually those ideas weren't as great as what he thought. And some things have worked, but many, many things haven't. And so I think that you hear a lot of criticism about his creative plans, like his booking. You hear a lot of people criticizing that. You hear, obviously, we've just spoken a lot about how there's been this kind of war that's been going on, which I don't think needed to... It was always going to be confrontational, but it didn't need to be built up as big as what it became. I think that the toxicity could have been brought down many, many times. If ever it was kind of getting a little bit out of control, you know, you've only got to really just say some good stuff about WWE. Like, look, we're really not trying to do anything other than just get a piece of the pie ourselves. You know, we operate on different nights. We are trying to just, you know, give more wrestling to fans that love wrestling, and maybe even something that's not currently being provided. You know, it didn't need to be as confrontational as it was. But when this started, it was the Bucks, it was Kenny, it was Hangman, it was Jericho, it was Cody against Vince, right? So if you did pick a side, do you want to pick the old man that's seen as being out of touch, that's controversial, that's had loads of allegations against him, or do you want to pick the guys that have decided to not join WWE and decide to see if they can start a company themselves? And there was so much goodwill towards the Elite, so much goodwill. And as time has gone by, that has changed. From Vince has gone, Triple H is now kind of seen as the guy, right? Technically, Vince is obviously still above Triple H, but the booking is what people care about. I don't think people really care too much about business deals. They care more about the booking and what they see on TV. That is Triple H. So Triple H, which has been a big improvement on this team, and all that goodwill for the Bucks and Kenny and Jericho, and they've gone. And the face of AEW is Tony Khan. He's the face of AEW. It's not MJF. It's not Kenny Omega. It's not the Young Bucks. The face of AEW is Tony Khan. So all of a sudden now it's become Tony versus Triple H, which I just don't think is as favorable. I just don't think that battle is a battle that is going to have the same emotional reaction as the first one did, you know? I think that all of a sudden now you've got to pick between a billionaire who thinks he can book against someone who has been a wrestler that we've enjoyed watching wrestle, who's been doing great work with NXT, and booking in NXT has been praised, and now he's been given the keys to the kingdom, and people want to see what he's going to do. There's a lot of momentum, intrigue, a lot of good stuff going on in WWE. And so I think that is just a completely different situation than where we found ourselves before. So that played a factor as well. Definitely. So I know this has been a very long conversation, but in all fairness, it's one of those streams where, well, first of all, it's good for me to talk, because if I stop talking, my throat hurts. So it's good for me to actually just keep talking. But also, I think this is a best of show tonight. There's not really a SmackDown for us to preview. So if ever we were going to really get into like a topic and really get our teeth into something, this is probably the stream to do it on. You know, we always start 2 hours early. We've still got 25 minutes until the best of show starts. So, do you know what I mean? If we can't get our teeth into a big juicy topic this week, then I don't think we ever would be able to. So, a few thoughts out there. James said, talking about controversy, have you seen the video of Greg the Hammer being homophobic? I have not seen a video of Greg the Hammer being homophobic. Has this come out today? Greg Hammer. 4 hours ago. What's your take on Greg Valentine video leak? Greg Valentine busted using homophobic language in leaked video.
Asshole, you fucking faggot. I can whip you with one arm tied behind my fucking back.
Okay, then we've got some pretty bad language here.
The faggot on CNN besides Don Lemon.
John Lemon.
What's the other one?
Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper.
Well, I mean...
The faggot on CNN besides Don Lemon.
John Lemon.
If it's those clips, I'll give you my reaction. My reaction is that for him, that F word... My take on it is, I don't know that he's actually talking about a gay person, right? I think if you was to use that word towards a gay person, that's, I mean, there's no defense of that, and there shouldn't be, right? To be honest, using that word at all, although faggot is actually we've spoke about this before, you can buy them at Stourbridge Football Club. Faggots in the West Midlands, I don't know where they originated, but they're actually little like meatballs. You can get like faggots and gravy. So I mean, like it's actually a word which I don't tend to eat them, to be honest, anymore. I'm not a big fan, but yeah, we do actually have that, which is a something that as you grow up you never think about, because that is not a word that I have ever used as a slur. I've always used it to describe little meatballs and gravy. So that's a quirky little thing. I don't know where they originate. I think we looked not long ago as to where it originated from, but I know they sell them at Stourbridge Football Club. So I don't think he was talking about those, though. I don't think he was talking about those. But I think if you want to talk about the food, that's acceptable. But if you're obviously using that to refer to someone that's gay, I mean, that's completely unacceptable. I do wonder, though, if that is just a word that for that generation is just a word that's like a put down word. Perhaps like what it actually means, the actual meaning behind that word. I wonder if that is something that he is aware of, or if it was just a put down for that generation, you know? I don't know. I don't know who he's talking about. I've only just seen a couple of clips, so I don't know who he's talking about. If he is aware of what that word actually means, then I don't think there's much defense that you can have there, right? I don't think there's much defense you can have. But sometimes there are words like that that just get said because that's like it gets said. And the meaning of that word might not be like the true intention, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to think of another example. I'm trying to think of a word that people would use that has a meaning, but the person using it might not know that meaning or consider that meaning, you know? It might just be that in the wrestling industry, throughout the 70s, 80s, whatever, that word was just used to put people down. Not that it is a connection with like gay people or anything. It's just a word that was said as a put down. And it didn't matter if the person receiving it was like gay or even if they like, you know, knew that it was that. I'm trying to think of an example. I can't really think of one, to be honest. I can't really think of one. I mean, I would say that it doesn't look good. I don't know who he's referring to. He sounds drunk. He does sound drunk. I would need a bit more context. I've seen a 6-second clip and a 7-second clip, but it doesn't look good. That's my initial reaction. And I suppose what I would just be aware of is if he was to come out and say, I wasn't referring to someone that was gay, or was trying to slander them or say like, you know, you're gay or whatever. I wasn't using that word in that way. To me, it's an old put down, which I've never really known the meaning of. If he was to come out with something like that, that would not satisfy everybody. That would not be a reasonable answer that everybody would accept, and I would understand that. But I feel like I have experienced that sort of thing before, where people have used words that have meanings and they've just say them because it's always been part of like the world they've lived in, the culture they've lived in, and they don't know the actual meaning of that word. I have experienced it before, and for the life of me, I can't find the example. I can't think of the example. So I would be interested to know if it was something like that, but I would say it doesn't look good. Ginny said, we need to stop making excuses for people. You don't walk into church and say Satan is king. How hard is that to grasp? Don't use derogatory words. I don't think it's making excuses for people if it's the truth. I mean, I don't know what the truth is, so I'm just trying to look at it from all points of view. I mean, if it turns out that he is homophobic, well, then he's homophobic. If he has a problem with gay people, then I mean, he will be cancelled, and he will be rightfully cancelled, in my opinion. Like, everyone, let's be crystal on it, so there's no confusion. For me, you know, you live your life. As long as you're not hurting other people, you do you, right? I think that's a positive, healthy mindset, which I would imagine 99.999% of the world subscribe to, right? So that's my take on it. And if he is being like derogatory towards gay people, and that is definitely a term that should like, you know, be phased out, because we know what it means. But I have experienced this before, where a word was used and the person using it didn't actually know what the meaning of it was, didn't know what it actually meant, and just has always used it as a put down. It was comparable to like F you. F you kind of a thing, right? But rather than saying that, you would use a different word, and they didn't actually know what the word meant. So I don't know that it would be that. I really don't. He might be fully aware as to what that actually means, but I would be interested to hear what he would have to say on it. Chances are we won't hear anything on it, but no, I hadn't seen that. That was about 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago that video seemed to come through. And it's a real shame as well, because Greg was someone that I don't remember there being really any controversy around before, you know? I don't remember there being anything. I don't remember there being any allegations or anything against him. I remember him being in the crowd at AEW during, was it the dog collar match? Because he had a famous one. And so he was in the crowd, and there's always been like some like goodwill towards him. He's always been seen as someone that's like, I don't know, in a way, one of the better legends, I've always thought. But yeah, I mean, look, let's be nice and clear so we don't get anything twisted. If it turns out that he's being derogatory towards gay people knowingly and is using that language, maybe even about someone that's gay and has chosen that word specifically, aware of the context, all this kind of stuff, that's going to be a hard one to defend, and I wouldn't defend him. I wouldn't defend him. I mean, I would say he's drunk, right? But that shouldn't really defend anything. You know, when I get drunk, I don't turn homophobic. You know, I mean, that shouldn't really change anything. So I would struggle for that to be an excuse, you know. I hope he comes out with some sort of statement, to be honest. I don't know what it is that he could say. It was a leaked video. The word fag is not a bad word. It was in the dictionary. It means dry piece of wood. My sister and I looked it up when we were teenagers, says Suzanne. Well, fag in the UK actually means cigarette as well. So, but he's not using that word in that context, you know? I mean, he's not referring to someone as a dry piece of wood. He's not I don't believe, and he didn't say fag, he says faggot. He's not referring to someone as a cigarette, right? So the word, obviously, we know what it means. We know that it's a slur. We know that it's derogatory. And yeah, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I am trying to, I suppose, be fair, because you could just come out and go, that's disgrace, it's absolutely appalling. I think you'd be fine to do that. But I do just wonder if he is aware of what the word actually means. That's all. That's all. Mitchell said, don't miss my super chat. Well, I might need to go in a sec, because I can hear the dog barking and no one seems to be letting her in. Give me a sec. Okay. Right, let me get... Yeah, I do need to catch up on super chats. How long we got? We've got 14 minutes. 14 minutes. But Botched Eye Surgery said Tony Khan must be bleeding so much money. Yeah, well, they think he'll lose about 30-odd million, is what I heard. I heard he was going to lose about that. Which, I mean, to him might not be too bad. I don't think it would be sustainable, but I think that... this is something that, to defend him, right, because we've gone in on him, and I still stand by everything I said, but just to sort of defend him, I think he is passionate about this. I think this is something he really loves, and I think, you know, I said earlier, I think he's probably hurt, because I think he was probably hoping that true wrestling fans would be a bit more supportive, and would be a bit more maybe tolerant of the development of AEW. You know, it's not often that you see a wrestling company start from scratch, and they have had to learn as they've been going along, and mistakes were always going to be made. Always going to be made. So I could imagine him being a bit frustrated at the fact that mistakes have been made, and like, you know, the mood towards that company has shifted quite drastically from when they started. If you think about the goodwill they had in 2019 compared to where we are now, you know, I mean, I watch and listen to a few podcasts that were quite pro AEW not that long ago, and to be honest, like, they've been questioning for a while now about the booking and the direction, and if Tony's got too much on his plate and all this kind of stuff. So I'm not even talking about Jim Cornette. I'm not even talking about like AEW botches and people that have just got it out for AEW, right? I think that there's people out there that have given AEW a chance that are now questioning it as well. So, but they've, you know, I mean, look, the Continental Classic has been really good. I think they've done some good stuff. I like Tony Storm. I think MJF's one of the best heels I've seen. Continental Classic has been really good. Everyone's interested to know who's going to be the devil, who's going to be revealed to be the devil. So my relationship with AEW has been all year. I've been watching it because there has genuinely always been something that's kept me going. There's always been something that has kept me watching. And it might have only been Bryan Danielson, or let's get to Wembley, or I really like Tony Storm, or I love Jamie Hayter. I think Jamie Hayter's brilliant, or MJF, how are they going to do his championship reign, or whatever it might be. There was always something, but you realize that for me, there's also not enough. You know, I have to watch matches that I really don't like. I have to watch promos that I really don't like. I have to watch stories that I'm really not engaged with. I have to watch stuff that I just don't feel like emotionally connected with. And the positives are just like, you know, they're in there, but they're quite few and far between. So I think the healthiest way to look at it is that in its current form, AEW is just not a promotion that I'm looking for. I'm happy with what I've got with WWE. And it's not that I've succumbed to the war, right? It's not that I've, like, you know, picked a side and that's it. If AEW were to get hot again, or were to get some real momentum, get some real, like, you know, something where the dial was moving and there was genuine buzz, I would give it a look again. Definitely, you know, I'm not like, I haven't shut that door forever, but I think this was just the right time for me to just go, do you know what? Tommy wants to stream on his channel, who's, you know, the person I do the Wrestling Escape Pod with. He wants to stream on his channel. He was doing TNA. I don't know where he is with that, to be honest. But that was what he was doing. But when he told me about that, I said, well, do you know what? I've really been struggling with AEW for a while. To the point where several times this year, I mean, we were like, at one point, a week away from dropping it. I think I remember saying, if this week's Dynamite is not good, I think this might be the end of the road. I mean, I said that this year. So I think everyone that joined us for the AEW streams knew that I was struggling with it, and I put up a fight to keep going. And this opportunity has just come along now where Tommy can actually do it on his channel. He loves streaming. He loves the community. He loves the Wrestling Escape Pods. He loved doing like the SummerSlam stream the other year, which I didn't realize he loved it as much as what he did, but he said he absolutely loved it. And it's been on his mind for a while about doing some sort of regular live stream. And so I was like, here, do you know what? How about you do AEW then? Because I can just do videos and focus on WWE. And that works for me. That's great. I'm loving what WWE are doing. And I'm loving how, I know this stream might not seem like it, but, you know, we've had good conversation here, I think. So I wouldn't be down on how honest this stream has been. I think don't look at it as a negative. Just look at it as an honest opinion that I've shared. And if you disagree with it, it's absolutely fine. But this is how I honestly feel about it. So you're getting honesty, which I think is of value in 2023 going into 2024. So if you disagree, it's absolutely fine. Keep watching AEW, keep supporting it, keep loving it. And I honestly wish that you, the company, all the best. But for now, I think it's the right time for me to step away and focus on doing WWE videos to support the streams. You know, we can do some maybe top fives that haven't been on the channel. We can maybe do a bit more predicting of where stories are going to go, or do some more of those kind of videos that I just don't have. I mean, I wrote a tweet out earlier. I said on a Monday I do Raw stream, on a Tuesday I do NXT, on a Wednesday I've been doing AEW, on a Thursday I do a member stream, also on a Thursday I do my prep for Saturday stream, on a Friday I do SmackDown, on a Saturday I do boxing or UFC using the prep I did on the Thursday, and on a Sunday I do a Sunday stream, and then I'm right back round to Monday, and then I do Tuesday, and then I do Wednesday, and that was my 2023. There really is not much time in there when you add in the fact I've been working on LOL videos for the past few months anyway. There's not any time in there to really do anything else. I'm not even talking about a life. I'm just talking about other videos. Like, it's, you know, this is hopefully going to free up a bit of time for me to have a look at some of the videos. So it's all good. It's all good for this channel. It's all good for Tommy's channel. Community has still got a place to hang out. It's all good. I think 2024 is going to be a real fun year. I'm really looking forward to it. And really, that starts next week with New Year's Evil, Day 1 Raw, New Year's Revolution. Like, it's a big week next week. And I was thinking as well, like, I think we're going to do the preview show that's on the network. We will stream that on Thursday next week, which we don't normally do. But then saying that, they don't normally do a preview show. But on the network, there's actually a 2024 preview show, which I think could be fascinating. It might not give us much more than we already know. I would imagine it'll be like, we're going to go to Germany. We're going to go to France. We're going to do WrestleMania 40. Blah, 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 right? It's probably stuff we already know. I don't think there'll be any sort of announcements in there that we're not aware of. But it could still be a very interesting conversation. It could still be a very interesting watch, as it really just focuses us on what's coming up in 2024. So next week, I'm thinking we do Raw Day 1. We do New Year's Evil on the Tuesday. What I would normally do on a Thursday, which is prep for Saturdays and all that kind of stuff, I'll just move to a Wednesday for next week. Thursday, we'll do the preview show that's on the network, and I'll do a member stream. Friday, we've got SmackDown, New Year's Revolution. I don't know what's on the Saturday yet, but that's not bad for next week, is it? That's not bad. We've got some big shows coming up, man. Aaron said, thank you for the AEW streams. Tommy will be great. Are there any predictions for 2024? And who do you think will show up at Day 1, the former champion? Yeah, Aaron, I do apologise for, I suppose, dropping those AEW streams. I know that there are people like yourself in the community that are real passionate fans of AEW. And I respect that. I really do, honestly. And I wish the company and people that still watch, like, all the very best. I really, really do. I don't have any ill will towards AEW. My comments are just my honest thoughts. That's it. That's all it is. So, I hope that Tommy does a great job. What I would say in regards to Tommy's streams, give him feedback. Give him good, constructive feedback. Don't go, this was rubbish or this was amazing. I mean, you can say this was amazing if you want. But I think what he would really appreciate is if people are like, I really enjoyed the stream. Could we do a bit more of this? Or how about if we try this? Or I think what you've got in Tommy for those A&W streams, I think you've got someone that is wanting to stream, loves doing it, loves the community, and is open to what do you want to do? How do you want to do this? So don't feel worried about dropping him a comment, dropping him an email. And those AEW streams, you know, with that kind of back and forth and that communication, you could probably get something really good going over there. I sent him an email earlier. I was like, listen, I think one thing you probably need to do, and I didn't do it, and I think it would have been better if I had. But one thing he needs to do, in my opinion, is you know, do some videos around AEW, like who's the devil? What's the predictions for 2024? How would you book Sting's retirement? What were the best matches of 2023 in AEW? What were the best promos in 2023 in AEW? Like, there's a lot of stuff that you can talk about. There's a lot of stuff you can talk about. And then it got me thinking, like, I don't even do that for WWE. I don't make them videos for WWE. Like, what should the WrestleMania 40 card look like? Well, that's a conversation we would have on a stream, but I never put them in videos. So that's the kind of thing that for me, I'm looking at, like, can I use my Wednesdays for that now, you know? Making them sort of videos. So, no, it's honestly, I've really appreciated the support, Aaron. And what was the second part? Who do you think shows up at day one? Former WWE champion? I really don't know. I wonder if it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be a big name like The Rock or Stone Cold. I don't think it's going to be that. I suppose someone said about Jinder, and Sean said not Jinder. But to be honest, that's the sort of area I'm thinking. I'm thinking former WWE champion, someone along the level of like a Jinder, which, you know, everyone's going to be thinking it's The Rock. And then it turns out to be someone that's maybe not quite as exciting as that. Let's just have a look, see who it is that we're playing with in recent years. Because in all fairness, Roman's had this belt for quite a while. So, could it be Brock? Could it be Brock? Could it be Big E? Could he just be on the show? You know, I don't know that they said. Did they say he was going to wrestle? Big E is a former champ. I don't think it'd be Bobby. He's over on SmackDown. It won't be Randy or Drew or Miz. They're already on the show. Won't be Kofi. Won't be AJ. Someone mentioned Jinder. Won't be AJ. Don't think it'll be Cena. Won't be Dean Ambrose. Won't be Triple H. Sheamus. Could it be Sheamus? Roman. I think Brock maybe stands a chance. I mean, really, without even trying, I'm back to about 2012 now. It won't be Alberto Del Rio. Well, here's LA Knight on screen. So we are starting with the SmackDown. It's a best of this week. Yeah, Brock, Sheamus. Could Batista stop by? Maybe. I'm back in 2007 now. Rob Van Dam. JBL. Could JBL swing by? Could Kurt Angle swing by? I don't think... Did he say they were wrestling? To be honest, I don't know if he did. Fightful has learnt WWE is close to nailing down a former WWE champion to appear. So, don't know that it's a case that they're going to be wrestling, but they're just going to be appearing. So I suppose that does open it up to, like, you know, you could go all the way back, couldn't you? Because if they're just appearing, I mean, it could be Hulk Hogan. It could be Mankind. It could be Psycho Sid. So, let me know in the chat, who do you think it is? Who is this person that's appearing? Mitchell said, did you get any good Christmas presents? No, just illness. No, not really. Just clothes and more hats and t-shirts and stuff like that. That was all. But I don't need anything. I didn't ask for anything. I don't need anything. I wasn't expecting anything. I knew I'd get bits, and that's what I got, so. Right, we're just seeing matches from the year. Logan hitting Ray, knocking him out, winning the US title. Roman Reigns. So this intro is being provided by LA Knight. Shows how far he's come. Couldn't even get on WrestleMania, and now he's like the guy that's doing the intro for this best of 2023 show. Yeah, we'll be right back. "2024, we will see you soon." Three, two, one. The absolute best of 2023. So we go over to a CGI studio. We're in WWE's global headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut. And I don't know what matches we're seeing tonight. We got Jackie Redmond. We've got Corey Graves. We're going to relive the absolute best. She's got a new NHL show, hasn't she? They start with the return of John Cena. Ba-ba-da-ba. So, John Cena is where we're starting. The greatest of all time. They love calling him that, don't they? So, Cena Solo Sikoa. Crown Jewel. Wrestling Fan Man. Shout out to you, my friend. Says, Days, I'm autistic. I've got a learning disability. I went to a special school, and when growing up, I was called a retard and a spaz, but never for any of it. So they might be words that people don't understand. I got called a retard and a spaz, but never fought any of it. So they might be words that people don't understand. Yeah, there's... I really want to make sure I'm clear and have been clear. Because, as I said, like, if it is homophobic and it's knowingly homophobic, like, for me, there's no excuse for that. There's no defense for that. I think that, as I said, my stance on it is everyone should be who they want to be, right? And as long as it's not hurting other people, like, positivity, love, live your own life, be happy. As I said, if it's not hurting anyone else, amazing. So that's always been my viewpoint, and I think it's the majority of people's viewpoint. Of course, there's going to be opinions on everything, right? But that's my viewpoint. But there is something. This isn't a topic I thought we would be talking about. I hadn't seen the Greg the Hammer comments. There's just something that's telling me that there was an example of something similar to this in the past where someone was using a word, they didn't know what it meant. And then when they were kind of told what it meant, like they were like, oh, I didn't realize. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Perhaps they were lying, but that was something which they didn't understand. They didn't like this person, and they were using words which I can't remember as a put down. And they're words that have been used as put downs throughout, like, history, you know? I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, someone like him, you would imagine he would know what it is, so, you know, I don't think he's going to have a defense. I don't think it looks good at all. Let's make that nice and clear as well. I don't think it looks good. But I am also a big believer in, like, hearing both sides to the story. I am a big believer in not just finding someone guilty without them having their say at least. So I would like to hear from him. I'd like to hear what he's got to say about this clip that's doing the rounds, you know. And I don't know that we will, to be honest. But Wrestling Fan Man, I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that, you know. I mean, life's hard, isn't it? Life's hard. People say stuff, you know. Things get said. People struggle with things in their own lives, and then they take it out on others. And like, that's not acceptable, but that's obviously bullying in school. That tends to be a lot of bullies that you get in school are bullies because they've got troubles in their own lives, you know. Doesn't make it right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that, you know, this is part of the reason as to why it happens. So yeah, I'm sorry that you went through that, Wrestling Fan Man. It was more than likely something that you weren't doing wrong yourself. It was probably more to do with them. It was probably more to do with the fact that they were unhappy in their lives, and so they wanted to make you unhappy. And that's what you get. That tends to be a lot of what bullying is. So if that provides any degree of comfort, then lovely. Just know it was more than likely nothing to do with you. You were just unfortunately the victim. And that happens all the time. There will be people watching this stream now, which I'm certain are, you know, going to school, maybe off from school, maybe off from college, maybe work as well. You get that kind of thing happening in the bullying in the workplace. This is something that's, you know, very real and happens, unfortunately, a lot. And I would say pretty much all of us experience it at some point in our lives. I went through bullying at school. I think everyone does to some degree. Thankfully, mine was not horrific. I mean, some of the stuff you hear is horrific. I never had to go through anything like all that bad, but I think everyone goes through some to some degree. So yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you went through that, dude. And I hope that you're in a more positive, surrounded by more positive people now, but and appreciate the support. That donation will be going on more Strepsils. I just want you to know I've been popping these. If you've been wondering what I've been popping these. It says that you shouldn't have more than 12 in 24 hours. I think since this stream started, I've had 4. So we are making some progress. Honey and lemon. I mean, it has got actual drugs in, so I probably should not take any more now, but oh my god, it hurts. It genuinely hurts. I've gone a long time without complaining about my throat because we spoke so long about AEW. I still need you to know I'm going through things. Things are happening, and they're not good. Matt Carney said AEW heels to left, faces to right rule in regard to the entrances bothers me. One entrance would be better, as good and bad are subjective. It's too simplified and, dare I say, pantomime-like. I really like that because I agree. I agree. The one where, you know, where the wrestlers walk up the ramp and then they tease they're going to go through the door and then they turn and go through the good guy door. You're absolutely right. It is pantomime. It's where people in the crowd are like, no, don't do it. Don't go through that door. As if, like, that's going to define who you are. I mean, I agree. I mean, in all fairness, I think they did get away from that. It was one of the things that got changed when they brought... There was a new guy that came in. I think he might have even come in from WWE. And the logo changed. If you might remember, in the past, it was like white and gold. Like the E was gold and like part of the logo was gold. Now it tends to be an all-white logo. The color scheme was gold and black. Now it tends to be blue and red. Like, if you look at the backgrounds, it's like a purple blue with a bit of red in there. Back in the day, it was gold and black. That was the color scheme. So they changed the colors. They sort of just tweaked the logo a little bit. And one of the other things that changed was the 2 tunnels in the entranceway. I think they've still got 2 sides that they can walk out from. I don't know if it's a heel and a face side anymore. I think there are still technically two sides, but it's not as obvious as when we had the fallopian tubes. I agree with that. I was never keen. Although there was some people that loved it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it is a bit more subjective than that, and having all the heels come from one side, all the faces come from the other. The only thing I would say that I did appreciate about it, the only, just to give it a bit of props, the only thing I would say is it sort of implied that they were coming from different sides of the arena, which is quite good in regards to wanting to keep people separated backstage. The idea that like all the heels are on that side of the building, all the faces are on that side of the building, and so we're kind of keeping them separated so that they don't meet backstage. Like that I didn't mind that aspect of it. I didn't mind that aspect of kind of thinking that they weren't interacting backstage, But that was a very small positive, I would say. I didn't need the two tunnels. But I think they did move away from those. I don't think they do those anymore. Right, we're back and we are underway with Solo Sikoa against John Cena live a few months ago from Saudi Arabia. But maybe Forbidden Door with Roman John Moxley. He becomes Dean again, turns on Tony, forms an alliance with Roman, turns on him, makes a side feud, and eventually he goes to Raw. Trini said, I always thought male cheerleaders were super smart. They've tapped all the cheerleaders and all their boyfriends don't suspect a thing. They are super smart, in all fairness. I should imagine they're constantly asking for rehearsals. We've been rehearsing for 10 hours. Yeah, no, we need to do more. Shall I do it round yours? Shall I come round yours and do more rehearsing? We need at least another 5 hours. Solo has picked up the victory. He has beaten John Cena. Dortnight said the community is a family army against bullies. I would like to think of us as being an army of bullies, actually. I'm very much of the mentality, if you can't beat them, join them. So, maybe we just become bullies. We'll bully the bullies. And then once we've done that, we'll start picking on the innocent kids as well. It's the circle of life. Cena steps out the ring as the crowd applauds. Thank you, Cena chants. And he looks a bit dejected. He knows that he's walking away forever. That's it. That's the last we'll ever see of John Cena. He's gone. Michael Cole said he is truly the greatest. Cena walking away, and they said it left us with many questions about the future of John Cena. Oh, here he is. John Cena here. A toast to the WWE Universe. The reception, the respect, I will never forget. I don't know how much time I've got left in WWE. It's going to be so disappointing if he turns out to be a wrong un. You know, this is what we were getting from Hogan about Say Your Prayers. and, you know, eat your prayers and say your vitamins. He was doing all that. And then, you know, subsequently, he's turned out to be a wrong 'un. If it turns out that John Cena's a wrong 'un, it's going to be very disappointing. Still to come. What do you think of Rene Dupree to come back to WWE at Backlash in France? Said Ismail. I mean, I honestly, I just don't know that the crowd, the French might know, but I don't know that the fans watching now are going to really know. I mean, we got Savio Vega in Puerto Rico. That he got a great reaction. It was a nice little moment. Maybe you can find a way of doing a little thing like that, but I don't think it would be any kind of big deal, to be honest. Even Savio was just sort of in the entranceway, wasn't he? He came out, got a nice reaction from the fans. Didn't outstay his welcome in the sense of, I'd imagine there's a lot of kids going, who's that? Who's that? But it was somewhat more for the fans there in Puerto Rico. And if you've been watching wrestling a while, you know. I said I think they should do something for Andre. I mean, Andre's got to be the most famous French wrestler ever. So, do you just not do the Andre Battle Royal and just save it for that? And then maybe the winner gets a title opportunity? Like, make the Andre Battle Royal actually mean something and do it in France. And I think that could be really cool. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they'll have something planned. I'm sure they'll have some stuff, some up their sleeve. Only 698 tuned in to the best of Raw, said big time. Yeah, I saw, bud. Yeah. Shockingly, I think, is it the lowest number ever? I can't have another Strepsil. I need another one. I don't even know if I'll be able to do an unseen video after, you know. I think I might just go straight to bed. I did see. It was, I couldn't believe it. I honestly thought that it was doing about what it was normally doing. I mean, our stream did really well. And, which I do have to say a big thank you about, actually, because it was on Christmas Day. And I'm not just saying it, I really thought I was going to be sat here with just a handful of people. I know it sounds crazy, but it's Christmas Day. And everyone's with families and they're round their grandparents' houses, or they're talking with their cousins, or playing their brand new video games. You know, the idea that people would want to sit down and watch Raw, you know, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at the 700,000 that it got. But it's great that so many people turned in for us. It's like, the community turned out, which was amazing. I've said I wanna find a way of involving the community more in 2024. It's on my to-do list, to think about list. And maybe with like Wednesdays being free, there's maybe going to be a bit more of an opportunity for something. I don't know yet. We'll see. I genuinely don't have anything like up my sleeve for that one, but I could see that being something that gets chucked around on the members' streams as we try and figure out a way forward, see what the members, you know, are thinking, and get people's thoughts. And yeah, because the community turned out, man. I gotta say a big thank you for that. I genuinely mean it. So yeah, we're kind of limping our way towards the end of 20. I don't know if I mentioned it, just it's scratchy. It's a bit scratchy. But we're limping our way to the end of 2023. But 2024 is going to be a great year. I'm genuinely really excited for it. WWE is in a brilliant place. Here's Bobby and the Street Profits. Looking pretty fly. The Triple Crown that always puts it down. Angel, Umberto, we've not forgot about y'all. It's not going to be all good. It's going to be almighty. I did wonder then if he was about to announce the name of the group. I was really ready for him to say something where it was going to be like, oh my god, that's what they're called. But he didn't. He just said Almighty. But that might turn out to be the name of the group. But I don't think it is. Jobson said, my niece got a hoverboard. Did she? Days, Bossman or Bam Bam, who's your favourite? Bossman. I like Bam Bam, but I just found his character to be a bit more harder to understand. You know, he had the tattooed head. He looked like a real thug, but I suppose the ring gear didn't really necessarily make him like a thug. You know, if he was to fight like during like now, I don't know that he would wear that ring gear. But it's weird, isn't it? Because it's so iconic, that ring gear, and I'm not down on the ring gear. But it is sort of hard to know what he was. I mean, like, he was a thug with the tattooed head, with ring gear that had flames all up it. And I don't know that I could ever really establish what he was representing or what he was necessarily fighting for. He was just like, suppose he was like one-man gang with more agility, more wrestling ability, and not as much of a character. Don't know. I really liked him. I was a fan of Bam Bam, but I think we could have done more work with his character and actually figured out who he is, what he's trying to achieve, his backstory. You know, we needed more character depth there. With Bossman, well, I mean, you've got the agility in ring. He had some great promos as well. His look wasn't as good. Like, he wasn't as big or anything like that. But, like, the nightstick, the uniform, it allowed him to do things like have a nightstick match where it was him against Nails, a prisoner that was accusing Bossman of abusing him. So, you know, brilliant. Plays into the backstory. And then, of course, the match against the Mountie, where the Mountie gets dragged off to jail when he loses. They have a loser goes to jail match. So, you know, there was so much depth that, and I think we could have gone further as well. Could have done loads with the Bossman. Could have been cut in promos from the local county jail. You know, could have been arriving in squad cars, couldn't he, at WrestleMania and stuff like this? Could have done loads of stuff. I think when he was winning his matches, when he was a heel, was he not putting like the ball and chain on people? I think he was beating them, and then as they were down, he was putting the ball and chain onto them. So I just feel like there was a lot more character there, a lot more you could relate to, a lot more that I felt a connection with. And Bossman in the blue shirt, so much better than the Attitude Era Bossman. Hated that Bossman. That Bossman didn't do it for me. That Bossman was a jobber. But the one in blue, it felt like he had a bit of something about him, you know? You could get behind him. This is Kevin Owens and Sammy against the Usos from WrestleMania. So Kevin Owens and Sammy, the tag match from WrestleMania. Bossman's theme was goated, said Dork Knight. I would be happy to have that as my ringtone. South Sea Max said, how about WrestleMania Backlash? Giants only Battle Royal. That would be good. That's a really good shout. I like that. That would be a lovely way to pay homage. Just get the Giants in there. Have to weigh a certain weight and be like, or be a certain height. Put them in there and see who emerges victorious. That could be a lot of fun. I don't think you could do that every year, but as a one-off for us being in France, I think that's a great shout. Check the tweet that I've tagged you in, says Big Time. Let's have a look. During today's media call at World's End, Tony cited Cage Match as to how well AEW and Ring of Honor are doing when talking about booking. That's from WrestleOps. Read some of the response. Oh, mate, I don't need to read some of the responses. I'm sure it's savage. The thing with Cage Match, do you ever look at Cage Match and see how many people vote on that site? I mean, I don't know if it's drastically changed, but it was always a few hundred people. So I would say that if your sample size of whether you're booking well is going to be a few hundred people's opinions, and you've got to be pretty into the product to go to Cage Match and vote, you know? If you're, I mean, it's just the sample size. Well, you don't need me to tell you. I mean, it's a ridiculous thing to say, but whatever. Whatever. Thoughts on Charlie Dempsey? I think Charlie Dempsey is someone that's going to struggle. I think that he doesn't. We don't know who he is. He's William Regal's son. That's about as far as we've got. Is he? What's he here for? What's he trying to do? You know, you could easily go down the road of my dad never won the world title in WWE. I'm going to change that, a bit like the the Cody story situation. Maybe they don't want to do that because of Cody at the moment, so they don't want to make that part of his identity. Or is it that he just thinks everyone's too soft? Does he subscribe to the Gunther mentality that everyone's too soft? Does he hate Lucha Libre? Does he want to make catchers catch can? Like technical wrestling? Does he want that to be... Does he want to show that that is the superior form of wrestling? I don't know why he is here. I don't know what he's trying to achieve. And I think in ring, that style is a very difficult style to make work in WWE. You know, Timothy Thatcher struggled. Drew Gulak struggled. That kind of technical in-ring joint manipulation, reversals, bridging, this kind of stuff. It's a hard style to get, like, you know, working. I think that he'll go to Japan, and I think he'll do well in Japan. I think he would be successful in AEW, but I think that he is going to struggle on the WWE main roster unless we can really get some good character work going for him. Haven't heard much of his promos. Matches are solid, but I would say not spectacular. They're very technical, but how many people really care about the technical side of wrestling? I would say that it's relatively small. I think a lot of people that watch WWE, you know, love seeing EO put a trash can on her head and jump off the top of the cage, right? There ain't nothing technical about that. And that gets a big pop. They love seeing Bad Bunny hit destroyers, right? So... like, we have to be honest about the fact that it's a varied community, but a lot of the casuals just pop for spots, and I don't know that the majority of WWE fans are popping for the technical side of wrestling. So I think he's going to struggle. I think he's a good wrestler. I think that there is a way forward. Daniel Bryan found the right balance of being a technical wrestler, but also providing that sports entertainment, you know? The Yes chant did a lot of heavy lifting for him, and him being like, no. But he has a great personality. His personality came through. I haven't seen that from Charlie Dempsey. I don't know that Charlie Dempsey's got the personality to carry it off. Technical wrestling point of view is great. But, oh my God, you need so much more than that to make it. And there's a lot that we've not seen. I think, though, that, you know, if you put him in some sort of faction and build him up and somehow show what he can do, and then have him kind of break away. And obviously William Regal being around is going to be a big help. You know, that could be a deciding factor. William Regal could definitely get people to care about him, you know. But there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done. I love that. I remember watching WWE put that up as a separate video. That bit where they hit the 1D on Sami Zayn and Sami kicks out, and you've got Michael Cole going 1D, 1D. No one ever kicks out of the 1D. There's a separate video that just, you know, when they have it on the commentators. And it's him, and he's like, oh man, when Michael Cole gets going in those moments where you have to get really enthused, he is brilliant. He is really, really good in those moments. He is sadly very underrated, I think, Michael Cole. I think it's easy to hate on him. Because he's a shill, isn't he? He just shills lots of stuff, and he can come across as a bit cringe, but in those moments where the action is just bubbling, and you've got Michael Cole, like, just having kittens on the outside, like, he is really good in those moments. Nice exploder suplex. Gavin said, is this SmackDown over all the most popular matches? It's all the most popular. It's the absolute best of the year. So Raw was on Monday, and this is... So Raw did it for the Raw Superstars. This is doing it for the SmackDown Superstars. Next week is the week, though. We've got day one on Monday. We've got New Year's Eve on Tuesday for NXT. And we've got... on Friday, we've got New Year's Revolution. NXT did 670, which is a shame, because one would think 698 tune into Raw, a good chunk would look for options. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I suppose it shows it's not that connected. NXT just did what NXT normally does. So, yeah, I don't know that people tuned into Raw and went, oh, I'm not getting my wrestling here. I'll have to tune in tomorrow and watch my wrestling there. People tuned in, went to Raw and went, oh, it's the best of. Oh, I'll come back next week. We need Pete Dunne back, said Omar. We do need Pete Dunne back. Yes, we do need Pete Dunne back. Brody said, Jim Cornette and Brian Last hate... Michael Cole. I don't know actually if they do or if they don't. If you're telling me they do, then I believe you. But I find myself not in full agreement with Jim Cornette and Brian Last. I think Jim's takes on women's wrestling is not in line with mine. Sometimes he makes points, but he's always been very dismissive of like women's wrestling. He doesn't rate Asuka. He's always been very dismissive of Asuka, for example. Brian Last will try and stand up for her, but Jim Cornette's just not having it. To be honest, I think he's, you know, he puts a lot of stock in size, and a lot of the women are quite small, and that seems to be something he struggles with. Whereas I look at it more like, if you've got small person A taking on small person B, I don't see the problem. Because we do that in boxing, and we do that in UFC. We have flyweight divisions and lightweight divisions. So where's the problem in small person A taking on small person B? But he tends to want, you know, he's a bit like Vince in the sense of he wants size, and he wants to watch like basically big strong guys or big beefy guys smashing into each other, and he wants good wrestling as well. I'm not saying he doesn't want good wrestling. Of course he wants good wrestling, but there are definitely things that he says that I do not agree with. And to be honest, I would hope that people are making their own minds up, you know. Like I give you an opinion, Jim gives you his opinion. I believe what Jim says is the truth, and that's why I don't mind listening to him, because I believe what he's saying is what he means and what he believes. And I said there is value in that. There is value in listening to someone telling you what they really feel, because there's so much exaggeration in the world now. There's so much fake opinion in the world. There's so much, I don't know, over the top reaction to different bits and bobs. Like, I think if you can find someone that's honestly giving you their honest thoughts, like, there is definitely value in that. Sammy charging over. Massive boot. I can't tell if it's Jimmy or Jay. I think it's Jay. Stunner to Jimmy. Jimmy goes through the ropes. Another haluva coming up for Sammy. He's staring over. He delivers the haluva. 1, 2, 3. Do you know what? I forgot how electric that match was. I remember. I think Meltzer gave it 5 stars. But man, this place is unglued. WrestleMania was unglued during that match. Kevin Owens is slumped against the ropes. Wrestling Fan Man said, I don't have a problem with women's wrestling. And they're quite nice to look at. Women probably are the same with the men, I hope. Punk wins the title. Sammy wins it from him, prompting a Punk heel turn. That would work for me, said Here is the thing. I'd love Sammy getting a world title next year. I don't know that we get it. I hope we do. I'd love for it to happen, but I think it's getting pretty crowded near the top end of that card now. Pyro shooting into the sky as Sammy and Kevin hold up those undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships. Oh, Kathy Kelly is standing by. Hey, Kathy. Kevin said it's very hard to put into words how great that was. I'm looking ahead. Oh yeah, next week, New Year's Revolution, Santos Escobar against Kevin Owens in the final of the United States tournament. Kevin said, Logan in my ring as US champion is an absolute nightmare. My New Year's resolution is ready for New Year's Revolution. He wants to end the title reign of Logan. So he's injured his hand and he high-fived Kathy and it didn't go well. Still to come, we got Logan Paul. So Logan Ray coming up. Up next, The Rock returned. Matt said, what is the sweet spot between chaos and order? Too many heel face turns can be jarring, but not enough can lead to dullness. And also, can we overload and become numb to new signings? I'm a big believer that you should only change a couple of times between heel and face. I think that if things become dull, that's not because we haven't turned you heel or face. It's because the stories are just dull. You know, I think that these things can run their course. You know, if you've been rah good guy for a long time, like, people can get tired of that, and we've seen how satisfying it can be, like when Hogan turned heel eventually, when Roman turned heel eventually. Like, we know that people like really wanted Cena to turn heel as well. So I'm not saying you don't do it. I'm just saying that, like Big Show, face heel, face heel, face heel, that was ridiculous. Ridiculous. I think that I think there is a sweet spot. I think it's a couple of times in your career. I think like Bayley, she was a face for a long time in NXT, came up to the main roster. She turned heel. Now we're looking at maybe turning her face again. But in all fairness, you know, she's been heel for a good few years. So, you know, this would be her second turn. I'm all right with it. I'd be all right with it. I think the storyline would make sense. Her turning face, turning against Damage Control. But she would now have to be face for a good few years. Like, you know, for the 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And then maybe we can look at turning a heel again. So for me, that's, you know, everyone's going to be different. Stories are going to demand that it happens at different points. But I'm not a fan of it. I think it's the easiest thing you can do. I think that if something's not working, if a character's not working, you see a lot of people going, just turn them heel. Just turn them face. And the reason why people say that is because it's the easiest thing to do. It changes everything, and it you know, sometimes it is the right answer, but to be honest, most of the time it's just the easy button to press rather than actually come up with something creative, rather than write an actual good story or give someone some actual character development, actually give them, like, you know, some background, some depth. Work on their character, work on their presentation. Instead, just turn them heel. I just think it's too easy to do that. And I think that if you flip-flop it around, it loses its impact. So I'm not a fan of that. I would do it, but only a few times. And in regards to, can we get numb to new signings? Yeah, we did with AEW. Pretty much every premium live event, pay-per-view, they were bringing in someone new. But there's only so many new people that are out there of a certain quality. And then all of a sudden, I don't want to say scraping the barrel, but, you know, those signings are nowhere near as exciting. And it's flat. We have seen that kind of new signing fatigue. We saw it with AEW. It's quality over quantity in it. Sign the right people for the right moments, rather than a load of people just so you've got surprises for the sake of it. We got Theory and Grayson. They're talking about headlining WrestleMania. Talking about Money in the Bank. Grayson Waller talking about headlining Elimination Chamber in Australia. Kevin Owens has put a message on the ticker at the bottom. I wasn't keen on that, but I do like those two together. How do you feel about CM Punk or Cody winning the Rumble? CM Punk, leaning towards that way. Definitely. So, Matt, shout out to you. But Days, what are your thoughts on NXT leaving TNT, going back to the network? Hello, Edward. We touched on it earlier. I don't think it's a big deal. I think that most people will have the network, so it just means, you know, we watch it somewhere else. It's still live. That's the big thing. It's going to be on the network, but it's fine. Rather than watching it on my TV, I watch it on my laptop now. That's fine. My concern was that it wasn't going to be live. I think that, to be honest, it's on at 1 in the morning. It's WWE's developmental. I think if you want to get any sort of ratings for it, you'd probably have to have star power. You'd probably have to like have it as a third brand. I think it being developmental and constantly bringing in new names that we've never heard of, as anyone that gets to a certain level then moves to the main roster. You're always going to be at a certain level, aren't you, in NXT? With star power, you can always bring people down and lean on a bit of extra star power, but that's not really what NXT is about. I mean, I didn't mind them doing it for the TV deal. I didn't mind that, and I thought it was quite good, Becky going down. I thought she was a good help, actually, but equally, that's not something that I would want to see forever. I knew that was only going to be short term for the TV thing, so you know, NXT's just gone back to being what NXT is. And I think that gets a certain amount of viewers. And I think that it's probably just not enough for TNT, and they've decided that it's not worth airing live anymore. So now it's going to go onto the network. So disappointing. I'd imagine that affects WWE's money. Probably not by loads. And maybe they can find a new home for it eventually. So we are seeing this Rock moment. Rock coming back on SmackDown. Did you know that we had Dan Severn, Steve Blackman, and Shamrock at the same time? 3 badasses, said Ismail. I did. I am in so much pain now. Things have took a real turn for the worse. I think before I started streaming, I actually had a couple of paracetamol. And I think what's happened is those paracetamol have now wore off. I'm also now maxed out on Strepsils because I've had loads, more than I probably should have. And I am now not in a good place. Still to come. What I might do is I might run and just get a paracetamol, actually. Just to get me through. We've only got 1 hour, 10 minutes. But it'll get me through. So we're about to go to commercial break. I really don't think there'll be an unseen video tonight. I think I'm definitely going to bed. God, stupid families, eh? They invite the family round and they bring all these rare exotic diseases with them. I don't know how, but I'm pretty sure Tony Khan has done this to me. Haven't figured out how yet, but I'm fairly certain it was him. I sat watching the stream, nearly crying in pain. I'm waiting on a diagnosis of arthritis. I'm in agony, Matt. I am so sorry to hear that, dude. You're definitely going through worse than me. I've just got a bad throat. But I don't know what you can do to kind of alleviate that pain. But I don't know. I don't think we've got anyone in our house that's got arthritis. I know my mum has had it a few times in her hands, and I know how painful it can be. But I think it sort of comes and goes with her. Brony said, apparently talks between Sasha and WWE have fallen apart, according to Sean Ross Sapp's tweet. Really? Well, in all fairness, she has tweeted out, I don't know if you saw, some merch, which was interesting because it was like money talks and all this. And I would think if she was going back to WWE, she would Mercedes, Sasha, and WWE were in talks. Fightful has learned WWE Sports, we spoke to, expect her to appear elsewhere imminently. Oh, wow. Wow, okay, big story. Big story. This'll be something people will be very interested in. So a WWE source has claimed, do you know what? This is definitely a video in it. She had released some merch. I don't know if you saw, but she released some merch. Oh, that's a sick picture, isn't it? And it was like money talks and all this kind of stuff. Let's get rid of the crocodiles. Pretty cool picture. It's not. It probably could be higher definition. Yeah, it could definitely be higher definition, actually. I wonder if that means that she's going back to New Japan, or if it means that she'll be going to AEW. I wonder. I wonder. We've got Bianca Belair. She is being interviewed. Bianca said 2023 was an amazing year. Oh yeah, throwing out a pitch and being on like college football and everything. Right. Big news coming out of Fightful. Fightful are reporting that a source close to them is saying that Mercedes is looking to go elsewhere other than WWE. Apparently, talks have fallen through between the two sides. This is quite interesting because earlier today, we got information from PW Insider that Mercedes had filed trademarks for Moneywear, Time is Money, and Money Talks. So this would suggest that she is looking outside of WWE, because I don't think she would be pursuing with Mercedes Moné trademarks if she was going to go back to WWE, because I'm pretty sure that she would be going back as Sasha Banks, not going back as Mercedes Moné. So these trademarks that were announced earlier in the day by PW Insider, they certainly implied that something was not looking right for her to go back to WWE. But now Fightful, literally just 10 minutes ago, have put a tweet out saying that their source is telling them that talks have broken down. It says the two sides had been engaging in conversation about a return. The dialogue was friendly. The back and forth failed to progress. We know that she'd been asking for quite a high amount of money, and there'd been quite a lot of criticism about that. The point I had made is that I didn't think that was a problem, because ultimately, if WWE don't want to pay that, they won't pay that. And it seems like WWE have decided that they don't want to pay that. And so now Mercedes potentially is looking elsewhere. So, yeah, interesting word coming out that apparently WWE sources that Fightful has spoken to expect her to appear elsewhere imminently. Does that mean that she is going to be at AEW? Does that mean that she's going to be making an appearance for New Japan? Everything is back on the table now. So obviously massive, massive news. The trademarks from earlier in the day. This quite small article coming from Fightful Select. It looks like Mercedes is not returning to WWE. Oh my god, that was so hard. I thought a few times during that my voice was going to give out. We did it. We got through it. I appreciate the heads up. Io Sky against Michin. That's a match coming up next week. They're just asking Bianca about her thoughts about that match. But can't set the precedent that walking out during a live show goes without repercussion, says the Beach Kevin. Okay, so they're talking about damage control. Charlotte Flair. So this is building towards War Games. Survivor Series. War Games. In the city. Okay. Do you think there's a lack of big men in WWE this day, like Bossman or One Man Gang? I don't know that there's a lack of men of that size, because we do have Ivar and we do have Bronson, and there's Otis. I mean, there are bigger guys. There is Odyssey Jones as well. So I don't know that there's a lack of that. I do think there might be a lack of like really big jacked guys, but then how possible is that in this post-steroid world, you know? I always still think back to the golden era when everyone was like huge. Bulldog, Warlord, Ravishing Rick Rude, Hogan, Warrior, I mean, Hercules, everyone was just... But I mean, it was all drugs, weren't it? And we don't do that now. So I think it's just it's a different world that we live in. I think it's difficult, to be honest. I just jumped in. 30 minutes of promos, 30 minutes whatever. Bloodline 30-minute promo match. Now here we are. Did I miss anything? No, tonight isn't a night that you're going to be missing anything, to be honest. It's a best-of show that's got a few taped interviews. The interviews have been okay, but they haven't been mind-blowing. There hasn't really been much that's been said, to be honest. It's just people looking back on the year, and, you know, it is what it is. I mean, it's nice to see some of these matches again. I really enjoyed watching that. Just had it on in the background. We're keeping an eye on it. I mean, obviously, we've seen it before anyway, but I really enjoyed revisiting the Sammy, Kevin tag match from WrestleMania. I forgot how good it was. Here's Damage Control. Kairi Sane returning. That was a great moment. Our champion next week. Will beat Michin. So they're just talking about Io and Michin. $2024 is going to be Damage Controls biggest year. Rey Mysterio defending against Logan Paul. That coming up after the commercial break. I wasn't expecting that, and I don't know why. Coming up next, we look back on the life and the legacy of Bray Wyatt. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Wow. That'll probably hit in the feels, won't it? In WWE 2K23, someone needs to make a better Wrestle with Andy and Wrestling Days. They don't look like them this year, says Defcon Prime. Well, mine needs to be in a hospital bed. Mine needs to be poorly with like a thermometer coming out of its mouth. Dominic Mysterio will be a face and he'll turn on Judgment Day. Got an advert here for AEW, you know. Yeah, he's joining soon, isn't he? Ospreay, that's a big signing for them. You know, I don't know that that's going to be the difference maker, but is it going to... I mean, it can only help. It can only help. That's going to be a big signing for them. Catching flies in his mouth. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think. But there is a Bray Wyatt segment coming up next, so this will be good. I hope it's not just the video they played. It probably will be. It'd be nice if there was some new interviews, and maybe now that a bit of time has gone by, you know, a few more people have are prepared to say a little bit more than what they could at the time, because you could understand people being choked up, you know. That would be nice. I don't know. I might be asking a bit too much. It's probably just going to be the video package that we got before. So we are going back to the show. Luke Harper was a similar size to Eric Rowan, but they are not there anymore. Tonight we honor the legacy and we celebrate the life. That was a nice intro. I think it is the same video package. He's got the whole world in his hands. Playing as we're seeing shots of Bray and the Fireflies. It's unbelievable, isn't it, that he's no longer with us. I know I'm stating the obvious. I know it's something that doesn't need to be said, but who expected this at the start of the year? Who thought we'd be sat here watching this? Still doesn't feel real, said Brony. I know, yeah, I agree. It feels very bizarre. It sort of doesn't feel right, does it? It's weird, because we know what this world is like. None of us know how long we've got. It just doesn't feel. It just doesn't feel right. Well, it's not right. That's why it doesn't feel right. It's not right. Logan Paul, I thought this was the best stuff, said Jim. Jim, shout out to you. Just showing the Bray logo in the sky. Do you think BCFF owner Luke Gregg shows up at the Royal Rumble? I'm gonna say no. Mr. Dell Jr. said, I want to live at least 80. I don't want to die young. I don't think any of us do, but... Oh, that picture of him like combing his daughter's hair. Oh, of course I'd look up at that moment. It's a nice shot of him hugging Undertaker backstage. And Vince. Great in it that he got to come back. I mean, there's no silver lining, but imagine if he passed away having not returned at all. And we go to commercial break. I wish I had some exciting to say, but I've spent all day putting my Christmas decorations up. Do you mean away? Like, you haven't just put them up, have you? Because, I mean, I got news for you. You sort of missed it. Do you mean up in the loft? Sean said, do you think the reports about Mercedes is true? Wasn't something similar reported for Punk? Also, any WWE or AEW talent where 2024 is make or break? I've got no reason to think the Mercedes talks aren't true. She's, I think, like 31, 32. She's just had like 6 months out with an injury. And I don't think she's done everything that she wanted to do. I think if she went back to WWE now, I don't know that she's going back having achieved and done everything she wanted to do. She's done a fair bit, but, you know, she it's not like she's been wrestling like everyone in Stardom and having a little bit of a run in AEW and, I don't know, popping up in Impact or whatever, you know. Once you're in the WWE bubble, you're kind of locked into WWE. You know, you're there, you're facing their wrestlers, you're telling their stories. I think this is her opportunity to be out of WWE and to spread her wings and, you know, try a few other things. So I can't remember if I put it out as a tweet or if I just said it on a stream that I think WWE need her more than she needs them right now, which is why she said, if you want me, this is my price, right? And I didn't have a problem with that, because I think if they go, we can't go do that we can't pay that, I think she's like, okay, I'll continue with Stardom for a bit and I'll continue with AEW, and this conversation will undoubtedly come back up again. You know, in, 3 years' time, something like this? 2 years' time, maybe she signs a short contract. 2 years, 3 years, this conversation will come back up. And even then, she'll still not even be 35. You know, she's still young, all things considered. So she could do 2-3 years away from WWE, go back and have a good 5-6 years, 7 years in WWE. she's not 40 or anything like this. So I think that she is not hurting for money. I think she's got money. I think she's had a taste of WWE. I think that she had what was being reported as a very high wage demand. I think that WWE would have wanted her more than she would really have cared of going back. I think she's definitely interested in what WWE are doing right now. And, you know, I suppose I did wonder if she might lower her wage demand a bit because of being excited to work with Triple H rather than Vince, and being excited about what's happening in WWE at the moment. But it's hard to know, innit? Because she might be equally as excited about the opportunities outside of WWE. So, do I believe it? Yeah, I probably do. Probably do. What was the same said about CM Punk? Yeah, it was, yeah. So, I wouldn't... it's not a hill that I'm willing to die on. But we can only talk about what's being reported. But I think that the fact that she's put out those trademarks adds weight to the fact that that's not a good sign for a Sasha Banks return. The fact that we already knew she was asking for high wages, you know, that also doesn't, that's not great, is it? That caused a lot of controversy on social media. So, yeah, I think that I haven't really got much reason to think that she is, this is a swerve, you know. Could be, though. As you say, Punk was. Well, Punk wasn't. If what we're being told by Triple H is true, he signed the contract the morning of the show. So that would mean that up until that very day, it was true. He wasn't coming back. And then they had a conversation the week before. So here's Nick Aldis and Pretty Deadly. Butch and a partner of his choosing against Pretty Deadly. There's too many English people involved in that. Nick Aldis is English. Pretty Deadly are English. Butch is English. His tag partner will probably be English. It's like they're trying to invade again. We got rid of them once, didn't we? Look at them now, trying to get back over here. Open your eyes. I can see what's happening. Why can't you? They'll be bringing their tea back into Boston. Don't you worry about that. It's probably on the way. Days, how can Gable Steveson never showed up? Is he released or under contract? Will he debut? Well, Gable Steveson showed up at NXT and got a horrible reaction. There are allegations against Gable Steveson, which people don't feel comfortable with. And the way that those allegations were dealt with, I think, was it a lack of evidence? Or I think it was a lack of evidence. He was never charged with them, like never found guilty, but there was allegations, and I personally think it's that. I think that is, you know, it's done the rounds on social media, and if you watch NXT, you're probably pretty switched on. Not that if you don't, you're not, but if you are so invested in wrestling that you're going to watch the developmental brand, I've got to think that you're pretty into your wrestling. So I think that crowd in particular is a smart crowd. I think they know what's going on. I think they've seen what's been reported, and I think they made their feelings felt. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what evidence there was. I don't know how bad the situation was. What I do know is that he wasn't found guilty. But then I don't believe it went to trial. But had it have gone to trial, I don't know that there was enough evidence. But then with these kinds of cases, a lot of the time there isn't. But I've said before, And I stand by it, and people may disagree, but I can't bring myself to find someone guilty of something that they've not been found guilty for. Like, he's not been found guilty of anything, so who am I sat here in the UK, never even met the guy, let alone been in, you know, parties with him or been in that situation. Who am I to know what he did or judge him by the few things I see on social media? So I just, that doesn't feel too comfortable for me. But it doesn't mean that I am also going to enthusiastically start cheering my head off for him either, you know? I think my relationship with him is probably very similar to the one I've got with Vince now, which is I ain't going to jump out my seat and start applauding, but equally I can't sit here and find him guilty for something that I don't know that he did. So it kind of puts me, and I suppose all of you, in a weird situation. But there were people in that crowd that did not feel like they were in a weird situation. They felt very comfortable that he was guilty, and they made their feelings known. And there was other people saying, no, it wasn't that. It was because he is not Kurt Angle and he's trying to be Kurt Angle. No. This was the first match that we had seen of him. He's an Olympic gold medalist. Like, he's been shown on TV, like, with Kurt. Kurt's got given his blessing type situation. I think the Kurt Angle stuff is all just excuses, to be honest. Who said it? I think it was Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin came out and spoke about Gable Steveson recently. And he said, I think he's going to find it really hard because, you know, you were always going to be compared to Kurt. It's like, do you know what? Fair play. That's a great politician's answer, but I really don't think that's what's going on here. I could be wrong, but I really don't think that's why people are turning on him. I don't think they're looking at him going, oh, you're not Kurt Angle. Stop trying to be Kurt Angle. Ugh. I don't think that's what's happening. So, yeah, I don't know when you see him, to be honest. I don't know that he's going to be in the Rumble. I don't know that WWE know what to do with him. I don't think they've got a clue. I really don't think they've got a clue. And I think it's been that way for quite a while. He probably needs to leave. He needs to probably leave and maybe try his hands at... he could have gone in for the Olympics again, actually. I think it might be too late for that. Or he could try his hand at UFC. You know, I'm sure there are other things that he can go and do. Maybe once he has kind of got himself up and running, there's been a bit of distance between him and these allegations. Maybe then he can look to return further down the road. You know, this will be a door that I think will be open to him, as long as obviously like the allegations thing doesn't get proven to be true, or there's more allegations, whatever. But I think if he goes off and makes a name for himself, continues to do that, and then returns, that might be the better way forward. Gable Steveson reminds me of Falcon or Black Kurt Angle. He's boring, says Mr. Quake. You haven't seen him I mean, there's been one match, and that match was against Baron Corbin. I think it's hard to say, like, he's boring when we just haven't seen him. We just haven't seen anything from him. I mean, unless you're judging him on stuff outside of WWE. But in WWE, he has popped up a couple of times on, like, Raws. Done the odd little bit at WrestleMania. But he's, you know, there's no promos that we can, like, go off. There's only one match that we can go off. I thought he looked quite good when he was in the NXT Underground match. And he was, like, chucking people around. That was after Eddie Thorpe and Damon Kemp, I think, had an NXT Underground match. And he was chucking people around afterwards because he was in Eddie Thorpe's corner. I thought he looked quite good in that. His match with Baron Corbin was so-so. But to be honest, I mean, I think he was getting a pretty negative reaction before he even made his way out to the ring, which would suggest to me people had made their mind up before that match took place anyway. Bembo said, what former WWE champion do you think will turn up at Raw Day 1? Apparently this champion's not on the roster. Is Brock on the roster? I think Brock's a free agent, so I think Brock stands a chance. I think they said that someone's going to appear, but not expecting like them to actually wrestle a match. So I mean, I suppose it opens it up to a Stone Cold, but I'm not expecting a name of that ilk. But it could be a Stone Cold. It could be a Batista. It could be a Brock. Someone said Jinder online, and Sean Ross Sapp said no, it's not Jinder. This dude handed Logan the brass knucks, so it is Logan Ray at the moment. We've got 37 minutes to go. Brass knucks go to the outside, and this is where the drama came from, because Santos comes down and he inadvertently, we think, although we're not sure, puts the brass knucks on the edge of the ring. He's never claimed that he did that on purpose, though. Santos chasing after that guy, chasing him through the crowd. The brass knucks on the edge of the ring. Rey Mysterio looking to go against the ropes. 619. See, what I don't get is that 619, it connects. I think that's a bit of a botch by Logan. I think Logan should have got out the way of that 619. That 619 connects, which is his finishing move. Like, should really have Logan stunned. Logan manages to still find a way of connecting with the brass knucks after that. But either way, he wins. It wasn't the biggest shock in the world. We thought it was going to go that way, that they were going to put the title on him. And I think LA Knight gets it off him, and I think it happens at WrestleMania. A controversial ending, but a victory all the same. Never meet your heroes. That's what Santos Escobar says. Never meet your heroes. I hope he is finally built up for a Hall of Fame, said Dro. TNT Sports, says Mr. Quake. We're on TNT Sports. I found Gable with zero charisma. We saw little of him, but I was never excited for the debut. Yeah, but I don't think that would be enough for people to be booing him. And certainly not for him making his way down to the ring either. This is why I struggle to believe that that is what it is. In fact, I don't believe that's what it is. I'm not struggling to believe it. I don't believe it. Ramble said, this is 2023. Finishers are just a nickname for a move. They do a lot. No one loses to one finisher anymore, said Rambles. Well, I still don't like it. I think that it would be very easy for them to have had Logan just get out of the way of that 619. I think rather than the 619 connecting and then him knocking out Ray after, I just think that it just didn't look good. Just because people kick out of multiple finishers doesn't mean that it's a positive thing, a good thing. Plus also, I think Logan is someone that's got a lot of inexperience in wrestling. He's still someone that's very new. And I'd like to think that Ray, if he connects with a 619, should be able to put someone of that kind of rookie level away. I don't think we were trying to tell the story that Logan had the ability to survive a 619. That's not been a focus after. Not even Logan has spoke about that. No one has mentioned it. No one has said that he took that 619 and still went on to, granted, cheat and win, but he could have lost at that point. And it's interesting how WWE haven't focused on that. So for me, I wouldn't have done it. I just think it was a very easy thing to avoid happening, but it's no biggie. To be honest, I'd forgot about it until we just watched the match back. We are with Ray in his training room. Big Time said, with Mercedes Moné thing, is it just think that both parties need to cut their losses and move on? Just give WWE more room to focus on vibrant talent. Mercedes hasn't been gone long enough to miss it. I don't think it's that at all. I don't think they would enter into talks if they weren't interested in bringing her back. Plus, this is Triple H booking, not Vince booking. A big star is a big star is a big star, you know? Sasha's young. She's got a big fan base. She's been gone long enough. She's been gone a year and a half. That's long enough. So I don't think it's a case that they've looked at it and gone, no, it's not long enough yet. I don't think it's that at all. I think they just can't agree on terms. Which was always a possibility when she was asking for such a high amount of money, but I don't hate her for that. I saw a lot of hate for her on that, but I didn't hate her for that. I kind of thought, like, yeah, stand your ground. You know, if they want you, I mean, this is a big company. This is Endeavor, TNT, TKO, whoever, right? This is a big, like, company. The company just got sold for like 9 billion. So if you think you're worth X amount, or you want X amount, and you think you might be able to get it, it's not stupid to the point where it's going to chase them away. That's it. You know, why not? I don't get the problem. I know a lot of people said, yeah, she walked out. No one was more critical on her for that than me. I had people telling me I was wrong. I had people telling me that I was on the wrong side of the fence on this, and that you should be supporting the wrestlers, not the corporation. But I was like, no, you should be supporting contracts. If someone signs a contract, honor the contract. That works both sides. You know, that works both sides. I hate it when Vince fires wrestlers when they're under contract for budget cuts. Sucks. It's ridiculous. They've got a contract. You should honor that contract. But it works the other way around. If Sasha walks out and she's under contract to perform, and she's, just a bit frustrated, and she can't deal with that frustration, it's unprofessional. It was unprofessional. I said it at the time. I stand by it. But she's been gone for a year and a half. There's a lot of water that's gone under the bridge, you know. As punishments go, you know, she's basically been, well, she chose to, but she was basically been out of WWE for a year and a half. I kind of feel like we've all moved on. We've all healed. We've all said our piece on it. It was a long time ago. I don't hold, I don't have an axe to grind or anything like this. I think we're at the point now where she can come back, and obviously we need to sort out how much she would be paid in order to bring her back. WWE might say, we'll just give you what you was earning before. Well, if that's no good for Mercedes, Sasha, she can turn that down. She's got every right to turn that down. She can turn that down. She doesn't have to be forced into accepting that. She can turn it down, and that's maybe what she did. She went, no, this is what I'm looking for 2024. This is where I am now. This is what I value myself at. And if WWE don't want to pay it, it's fine, isn't it? No hardship. It's fine. She's priced herself out of going to WWE. Some people will look at that and go, what an idiot. I look at it more like, well, she's got other things that she wants to do anyway. I think that she wants to still have a few matches with some of the Stardom girls. I think she might be interested in swinging by Impact. I think she might be interested in, like, doing a few matches in AEW. I think that she is quite excited being outside the WWE bubble. So I think the way she's looking at it is like, listen, if you want me, this is what it will cost. If you don't want me, no problem. No problem. So, I don't know. It's an interesting take that people had on social media where they were all getting, like, really offended. But I never felt that way. I'm at the point where I'm past the walkout stuff. It was a year and a half ago now. I think you do run the risk of her potentially doing it again. You know, I don't know that I would feel confident that she wouldn't walk out again. But then, you know, Stone Cold walked out. He came back to WWE. Brock walked out. He came back to WWE. So she's certainly not the only one that's ever done it. I think the rumor is false, said Skylar. I feel like Mercedes will come back at the Rumble. I won't believe until tomorrow night if she comes at World's End. Then it will be final. If not, she will go to the Rumble. What about if she goes back to New Japan and is at Wrestle Kingdom? Wrestle Kingdom's early January. They tend to have some... in fact, that's where she showed up earlier this year. She was at Wrestle Kingdom. And she loves Japan. So I don't know that I would agree that if she's not there tomorrow, that's it. She's definitely at the Rumble. Because I think you've got to look at Wrestle Kingdom. And I don't know if Impact's got a big show coming up, but they seem to be spending the money. They seem to have some money to spend. They were really in the mix for Ospreay, weren't they? They really wanted Will Ospreay. Didn't get it done, but they seem to be serious contenders for him. Mercedes is the devil, said Defcon. Mercedes is the devil. William said, I get that she wants more money. She has value. Just not what she is apparently asking for, considering how she left and taking Naomi with her. Well, that is WWE's decision, isn't it? WWE have to decide. I mean, this is a different company as well. I mean, the company she walked out on isn't the company she's coming back to. But she did walk out, and so WWE have to decide, what do we value her? Are we going to put in some sort of punishment, you know? But again, she doesn't have to accept that. The ball is in her court. It's absolutely in her court. WWE, I think, will take her back whenever. And she can just hold out and hope that eventually she'll get the money that she wants from them, you know? And if not, then I'm sure the money they were offering was still not bad. So, yeah. I don't know. I think there could... I'm thinking there's something to this. I'm not looking at this thinking it's ridiculous. This is a load of rubbish. Like, obviously, we got stung with the CM Punk stuff. So, I'm not going to die on this hill. But, yeah, with the trademarks earlier today... I could see there being something in this. But TKO won't spend more money than they have earmarked unless your name is Roman or Rhodes, says Trinity. Big Time said these best of shows aren't even produced that well, editing out entrances and having more long dragged out talking. Yeah, I've got to admit, this has not floated my boat tonight. If it seems like I've only been keeping an eye on SmackDown, that's because I've only been keeping an eye on SmackDown. I suppose I was hoping that tonight we were going to get a show that was going to have some announcements, some really fun backstage segments, maybe even, dare I say, developments. I suppose, I don't know if Pretty Deadly against Butch and a mystery partner was announced before tonight. Maybe we did get that tonight, but it's not really enough, is it? But thankfully, we've moved on from the Logan Paul segment, and now we're moving on to the Roman Reigns segment. Skylar said, I feel like I'm not going to stop believing Mercedes won't come because they say the same thing about Punk when he was a free agent, so you can't be too sure, but correct me if I'm wrong. No, you can't be too sure. I think the conversation we're having is just like, you know, where do you fall on it? Do you believe it? Do you not believe it? So I'm just saying, well, at the moment, I don't really have a reason to not believe it. I think the trademarks that Mercedes did early in the day made me feel already like that was not a good sign that Sasha was coming back, to be honest. And now we've kind of got confirmation that WWE sources are saying that there has been a breakdown in talks from Fightful. The CM Punk stuff, as we've said before, I've never seen anything like that. That to me, it was unique and was... I would love to have a proper breakdown of it, because everything that was being reported was true until the day of the show. I mean, Triple H said that CM Punk hadn't signed a contract until that morning. Apparently there was like people in creative, heads of creative, that didn't even know CM Punk was coming back. Wrestlers didn't know he was coming back. There'd been a talk just a week before. So I can't be down on the dirt sheets reporting it's not happening when it wasn't happening. It wasn't happening. Not happening, not happening, not happening, not happening, not happening. One secret conversation apparently between Punk and Triple H. And apparently someone in legal obviously was informed. They had to draw up the contract. Not happening, not happening, not happening, not happening. Day of the show signs, turns up. Wrestlers get told just before they go out to the main event, listen, CM Punk is coming back. We're going to do it after this match. So the fact the dirt sheets were saying not happening, not happening, not happening kind of reflected the fact it wasn't happening. So could it be a case that Mercedes is not happening, not happening, not happening, not happening, and then we get to the Rumble and she signs? Could we do another Punk in that situation? Maybe. I mean, what I would say is, if we get to the Royal Rumble and we still haven't seen her, then I may feel different, because I've got to think there's an Impact show before the Rumble that she could appear on. We know that there's World's End. We know that there's Wrestle Kingdom. I don't know if Stardom have got another show as well, because Wrestle Kingdom only tends to have a couple of women's matches on it. But that is where she showed up in January. So maybe I will also have changed my mind, or will feel different if we get to the Rumble and she hasn't shown. But I think there's quite a few events that she may pop up in before we get to the Rumble. But let's see. I mean, you're not wrong. Ultimately, CM Punk did return. And so ultimately the reports were incorrect. But I think it's interesting if you go into the detail of that journey. And I'd love to find out more about that. You know, I'm only going off what Triple H told us at that press conference. And was that the truth? We've got Paul Heyman on the show. Defcon said, who could do justice for TNA figures? Don't know, but I don't know. I don't know who else is out there to do them. I mean, you could say Hasbro, but I don't know really what other toy makers are out there that are looking to do that. McFarlane Toys. But I don't think that the TNA fan base, Impact fan base, is big enough. Unless they did, like, limited runs, you know. Jackie Redmond asking about Jimmy Uso. And Solo being deemed the tribal heir. Oh. Corey's like, this is where he does the cool Roman Reigns thing. Oh, cool Jimmy Uso? We're calling Jimmy Uso live. Jimmy is on screen. Is Jimmy hating on his little brother? Is he hating on the tribal chief? Is Roman scared of LA Knight? No. Is he scared of Randy? No. The tribal chief is having roasted chestnuts and eggnog. Breaking news. I'm about to call the tribal chief and ask him, how are you enjoying your eggnog, tribal chief? Jimmy was having a great time. Everyone's nice. Everyone's having roasted chestnuts. Everyone's having eggnog. We're eggnogging our way into 2024. I love a good eggnog, said Dadster. I haven't had it, you know. I've never had eggnog in my life. Days, what about Gunther Roman? Belt versus belt, streak versus streak, WrestleMania in a cage, says Michael. Well, that would be heel versus heel. So, unless you're going to turn one face, it doesn't quite work for me. That doesn't work for me, brother. I mean, you could turn one face, but I don't know. I don't know how believable that would be. It'd be a good match, obviously, but I think whoever beats Roman needs to be like a monster baby face, you know. Cody feels like the one. The only thing that maybe comes close to a surprise Punk return is Angle turning up in TNA. I don't think anyone predicted that at the time because he was supposed to be on a break and a rehab, said Trina. I can imagine Jimmy booting Trinity out the room for that segment. Oh man, she should have been there. Imagine that. When he signed off, he grabbed her. And she just gave a little wave or something. Like, that would have been sick. That would have got people talking as well. But she is an Impact superstar now, so... I'll take my eggs scrambled and not runny, said Lone Star Friends. I want a Rosemary action figure bad, said Jim. But Austin, CM Punk still extremely popular. That feud is going to bring in big ratings, said Brony. His dog replaced Trinity, said Smurfy Toons, yeah. He had a cute dog, didn't he? Right, we've got 14 minutes left. We are seeing Cody Roman. This is one people were waiting for. Cody Roman. I mean, to be honest, it was the right call. Because if they face again, it is going to be a bigger deal. Even bigger than this. Roman back in the ring. Cody popping up. Solo. Solo with Cody Rhodes' own belt. It's one thing to chuck him out, innit? But I mean, he's already done the damage. But yeah, it's good that obviously ref discretion didn't disqualify. Could you imagine that? If in that moment, because he heard Solo interfere him, he chooses to throw him out. Could you imagine if he rings the bell? Rings the bell. Ding, ding, ding. DQ. Cody wins by DQ. That's it. WrestleMania's over. He would not be a popular referee. Mitchell said, "What's your WWE moment of the year?" It's got to be CM Punk, innit? Either CM Punk or I think Sammy hitting Roman with the chair. Either of those. Either of those. But probably CM Punk. Roman Reigns is going after Bob Backlund's record, says Rivy. This match feels like it was so long ago, said Wrestle with Andy. It does, doesn't it? I agree, it does. It's kind of even. It's crazy to think that the Sammy turning on Roman was this year. That also feel like I could totally believe that was last year. Which, in all fairness, very soon it will be. But yeah, there is quite a few things that went down this year that just feel so long ago. Trina said, a bit of an outside shout, but I would love Gunther to win the Rumble. He could lose the IC title earlier in the night, take someone out, and then replace them. It would be a surprise to be sure, but it would be one I'd bump for. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think Gunther was the favourite not long ago. Cody was in the mix as well. But now I think CM Punk's come back. I think CM Punk has took that mantle. So I think CM Punk is the new favourite. A said, are you streaming tomorrow? Do you know what? I genuinely don't know. Tomorrow is the weirdest Saturday of the year where I don't actually have a stream. I mean, we would have done AEW, but I have now relinquished that. So Triple T is going to be doing that. So I don't really want to stream at the same time as Triple T, because that's a bit moody, isn't it? That's a bit moody. Plus also, I'd imagine a good chunk of you are going to be watching AEW World's End. And to be honest, I do want to know who the devil is. I do want to know who that is. And they've heavily teased that it should be revealed, so I don't know that I'm tuning into AEW, but I think I may tune into Triple T's stream, to be honest. I might stop by. So, I don't know. I feel like there needs to be something on the channel tomorrow. I can't... The idea of a Saturday without anything on the channel is... I mean, that's mental to me. It's mental. That's normally our biggest day of the week with the biggest streams, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. Struggling a little bit. But to be honest, right now, my thoughts are, as soon as this stream is done, I am going to bed. There won't be an unseen. To be honest, I think the Mercedes news is the big news right now. We've just done a video on that, so I feel at least a bit comfortable that we've ticked off the big news. But yeah, I'm gonna go to bed, get some sleep, and see how I wake up tomorrow. Because this past 50 minutes has probably been the hardest part of the stream. I think it's just where the paracetamol wore off. But yeah, hopefully it's just like a little thing that I lose tomorrow. So I was wondering about doing maybe like a prediction video or a prediction stream or for 2024. Don't know. I'll see how I wake up tomorrow. See how I feel. But to be honest, I'm so pleased that I'm not sat here with like a 7-8 hour UFC stream tomorrow. That might kill me. That might be the end of me. I might be done. Sitting here and talking for 7-8 hours in like, I don't know, 15 hours time. I don't know how possible that would have been. So, of all the weeks to pick up like a little cold, which I've clearly got from my family, God bless them. This is maybe not the worst week for it to happen. Whenever Sap tweets, he sure does come off like a moody guy that wants to spoil everyone's fun. Don't get me wrong, it's his job to break news, but what a party pooper. Perhaps that's how he gets his kicks. Roman with his head in his hands. He hit a spear on Cody, but it wasn't enough. The shoulder raised by Cody. These two on their knees. I think, was it WWE or WWE fans voted this match of the year? Crowd booing away. Cheers for Cody, boos for Roman. Roman over against the ropes. I mean, if for some reason you've not watched WWE this year, these best-of shows are good for that, but I think you're catering to a very small audience there, as shown by the ratings on Monday. Shot coming in there by Roman. Cody with a shot of his own. Cody goes over. He's in position for the Superman. No joy. I don't know why I'm getting into it. I know what happened. I get sucked into it when the crowd... I mean, I forgot how amazing the crowd were. Crowd were brilliant. Crossroads. Boom. Connects. Crossroads connects. Corey Graves said, do it again, Cody, and he does. Paul Heyman jumps up on the edge of the ring. Heyman distracting the official. There is Solo, who returned with a Samoan spike. Roman against the ropes. And again, spear. 1, 2, 3. Look at some of the faces. Look at some of the faces. Even green shirt, guys, like, it wasn't well received, but it never is going to be at the time. But, you know, if it's going to mean that Cody's going to get there in 2024, that's quite the obstacle we put in his way, innit? Roman holding up those championships as Pyro shoots into the sky. WrestleMania 40 comes up next year. WrestleMania 40. I hated that moment, says Like Me. With the high pricing returns this year, will Cody finish his story? I think so. I think he does. The only one that I can think would stand in his way would be The Rock, actually. I don't think they would do CM Punk Roman. I think they will, but I don't think they would do it for WrestleMania 40. Seth, Drew, Ilya against Trick. And triple threat match, of course. AJ Styles takes on Randy Orton, takes on LA Knight. The winner faces Roman at the Royal Rumble. Quite the prize. Io defending against Michin at New Year's Revolution. And also, we have got Santos against Kevin Owens in the finals of the United States Championship Tournament. And Logan will be there. It is a great week. It's going to be a big week next week. Day 1 edition of Raw. New Year's Evil edition of NXT. New Year's Revolution edition of SmackDown, and a cheeky little preview show on the Thursday, so gonna be good. And there we go. It has come to an end. Normally we would vote right now over on the second channel, but there's not really a need to vote. We didn't vote for Raw for the best of, so I'm not going to bother voting for this one either. I mean, there's not really anything to judge. I mean, it's just a load of matches we've already seen. So you can still put your scores in the chat if you want to. Feel free to still put your scores in the chat. I'm going to read a few more comments. I said I was going to run away as soon as it finished. It has now come to an end. But yeah, we'll get a couple more thoughts and then I'm going to run away. Spurs Gamer said they should have the Royal Rumble winner challenge Seth, have a chamber match where Cody wins to challenge Roman at Mania. Mr. Quake said 2024 is 20 years of WrestleMania 20. John Bay, shout out to you, says Solo is better than Cody. Austin, shout out to you, said Rock versus Roman should happen at WrestleMania 40. 3.5 years of cheating, said Prince Moolah. Mr. Dal Jr. said, if Roman retains, I'm going to delete my Twitter account. The big guy said Roman can't do it on his own. Jess said, would have been better if they just showed the rubber chicken. There was a distinct lack of rubber chickens. John Baby said, we hate Cody in my family. Mr. Quake wants Roman versus Cody. Austin said Roman's beat Hulk Hogan's records. Izzy Girl said, glad I got to see Roman beat Cody at WrestleMania. WWE AEW fan is excited for next week. Austin said, Jay dethroning Roman is way better than Cody dethroning Roman. Don't you think that Jay's just sort of having to rebuild a bit over on Raw? I mean, he's got the crowd with him. They love doing that thing. And they love yeeting. But I don't think... I mean, has he won, like, some big singles feuds? I mean, he's been involved in that sort of tag thing with the Judgment Day. And War Games and everything. But I think he's a few singles feuds away from maybe if Cody doesn't beat Roman at WrestleMania, maybe you could get Jay there by SummerSlam. I don't think Jay would be there, to be honest, by WrestleMania. I thought the match they had at SummerSlam was alright. It was so-so, but it wasn't one that blew my mind or anything, you know. So, I don't know. I sort of think Cody gets a shot at WrestleMania. It may be The Rock, but I think it'll be Cody. If the story doesn't end there, then maybe we can build Jay up for SummerSlam again. Maybe we could. I just think he needs some good feuds, some good wins. He's got the yeet thing and he's got the arm thing and people love all of that. But, yeah, I'd like to see him win some singles feuds. Tyler said, hot take, Demon versus Priest at Elimination Chamber. Thoughts? I think we will get Finn versus Damian Priest. I can't say it'll be Elimination Chamber, but it could be. I think it's got a chance of it being WrestleMania or whatever we're getting after Backlash. You know, whatever we're getting after WrestleMania. I don't know that I could put a timeline and say an Elimination Chamber, but it could be. Could be. Hayden, shout out to you, buds. Oh, yeah, is he doing a Rampage stream right now, is he? Is he live? I think he is doing Rampage, isn't he? I thought you was putting a link. Yes, he is. Oh, well, there we go. I'm going to pass over to him then. So if you want to continue chatting away, you can actually jump over to Tommy Toy Travels right now. He is live and he is covering AEW Rampage New Year's Smash. So I will pass over to my good friend Tommy Toy Travels, and I think Hayden just put a little link in the chat. So he's live right now. I can see there's a few people over there, so I'm going to bid you all farewell. I need to go anyway. I'm dying here. I'm dying. I'm at death's door. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I really do appreciate it, because it was the best of show, and this was definitely a stream that I was prepared for, there being very few people around, and certainly feels like the chat was moving and there was a good vibe, and you know, we had some good conversations. I thought got our teeth into a few things, and hopefully by the time I see you again, certainly for like Raw, should be in a much healthier place. And yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to 2024. It's going to be a really great year for wrestling. It really could as well. I mean, I feel like 2022, 2023 have seen such big changes and, you know, big seismic shifts. 2024, if we can just really start digging in. Wow, what could we achieve? You know, we've got CM Punk around. We've got like Roman's title reign, which I'm sure is coming to an end next year. Gunther on the verge of stepping up. Loads of great talent in NXT. You know, Triple H has been booking for a while, so he's kind of got the pieces where he wants them. I think we can really, you know, reap the rewards next year. Maybe this year was a little bit about planting seeds. Next year is about reaping the harvest. So thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate it. Have fun over watching Rampage. I know if I am going to bed, so that's what I'm doing. But yeah. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.